Here we go. What is up, guys?
Oh, wow.
Welcome to the show, guys. We're in pre-show right now. I was just going to share a story when they were like, hey, it's story time. Let's go pre-show to talk about it. Okay. So the story I was going to share is that I just landed. If you guys don't know, I'm now a certified personal trainer. And so I just landed my first training gig. And so basically, as I was sharing the story, I go to a local gym here in town, and I always like promote them and all my stuff or whatever because they actually give me the rights to like film in there as long as I'm not filming other people, right? So he does, the owner doesn't mind me filming in there and stuff like that. So in all my stuff, I tag him, tag the gym and stuff like that. So anyway, they were posting up for a assistant boxing coach. And if you guys don't know, and if you guys aren't following my content, you should because it's fucking awesome. Yes, toot toot motherfucker. I'm a honk my own horn. I have a background in martial arts and in boxing, and I just love like striking arts and all that stuff. So he had posted for a couple weeks, and I kind of talked to the owner about it, and I asked him, like I'd be interested, but I wanted to wait until I got through my personal training certification first, and then I, if he was still looking for one, I'd be interested. So anyway, this past week, I ran into him on the way. He was on the way out to like another appointment or whatever, and I had just asked him like, hey, if you're still looking for that assistant coach or whatever, I'd be interested. So he said, okay, well, I'm on the way out. Let me go ahead and text me later. So I texted him about it, talked to the wife to, to ensure that, that wasn't going to impede on anything that goes on in the house. And then she's like, yeah, she's been very supportive of me being on this whole fitness journey and all this stuff. So that's awesome. And then, of course, my certification. And then, of course, wanting to get official training experience after being certified. Because I've trained before. So that's not a big deal, even though I'm kind of nervous about this one. Anyway, so the gig is... it's training a teen kickboxing class once a week. And, so that's basically what it is. It pays pretty comparable. Am I going to quit my job before it? No, I'm definitely not going to do that. But I do love training, and I do love martial arts. And so it gives me a chance to, again, basically offset the cost of my monthly gym membership fee, which I think is pretty cool. And then still do the training, right? Get the experience. And get more active, right? Get out and hang out and teach.
Just show up.
Right. That's it. Just show up. That's it. I am glistening, guys. Oh my god. These lights.
Yeah, stop.
I need to turn these lights off.
Anyway. Yeah, like honestly, turn it off if you need to.
We got mood lighting. It's good.
We don't want you to die. That would be really bad.
I'm good. For real. It's actually not even that bad in it. Anyway, if you guys don't know, it is where I live. It is 110 degrees outside, and where I record and all my streaming stuff is in the garage. So if it's 110 outside, it's probably 108 in here. But we had to keep to the theme because I was so excited, and everybody got on their little, their N7 gear. So I had to if you guys don't know what we're talking about on today's show, we are going to be talking about Mass Effect 1. Also, it is
the season finale of season 2.
Yes, it is. And today's topic was brought to you by PotionsMaster 66 herself.
Best for last.
Right. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. So I guess we're still in pre-show. How was you guys this week? Crimson, what did you do this week that made you happy?
What did I do this week? I streamed a lot of Mass Effect.
Oh, of what?
You did.
I did.
Every other minute was like, bing, CrimsonShieldScholar is streaming Mass Effect.
I don't know what days are, but I think Monday I streamed 7.5 hours.
Ooh.
That sounds about right.
And then Saturday I streamed 8.5.
Ooh.
That's because you're crazy.
Yeah.
And stream is a full-time job, baby.
And then Sunday I streamed like 2 hours because I had dinner later, so it was like a thing. But yeah, no, yeah,
We've
it's
been
good.
doing a lot of late night pop-up
Sweet.
streams.
Yeah.
While we're doing this stuff, can you check on our audio? Because I don't want to get caught off guard like we were last week.
Absolutely.
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Okay.
I'll just do it.
We're good.
Okay. Let's jump. Let's jump. Elf Daddy, what'd you do this week that made you happy?
I got
You
some
just died.
sleep in. I didn't update anything, so I spent my week kind of anxiously, but I got some streams in.
Sweet. Stealth Dad, what did you do this week that made you happy besides hang out with that beautiful little girl there?
You want to kiss me right now? Well, let me kiss her. Right. Ow. She wants all the love. I don't know what she's watching, but she wants love. But I started a new job.
That's awesome.
Got paid.
That's even
bought
better.
Bought the parts I needed for my truck finally, after needing them for about almost a month, 2 months.
Okay.
But one thing I did find out is that PayPal is now trying a payment system. So they break your payment down into 4 payments, and about every 2 weeks you need a payment. You pay on it that way. So instead of paying $329 all at one time for what I needed, I pay about $82 a week for the 2 weeks.
That's
So
cool.
in about 6 weeks, I think they said 6 to 8 weeks, it'll be all paid off.
That's cool. Always getting
And
things that you need is always cool.
oh yeah, especially when you other people comment saying, "Man, that sounds rough."
Maybe you should fix that.
There's always something that's stopping me, but now I have it. It's called money.
Hey,
Money is awesome.
I'm telling you, a good job is awesome too. Of course, as soon as I was gonna ask her, she decides to disappear. But actually, I'm gonna go first because, they say we gotta save the best for last, right?
Hey. I'm okay with that.
What did I do that made me happy? Wow, actually, today we took the boat out, and it was 110 degrees, and we weren't planning on it but the cool thing is that I have to feel like I'm blessed because we have a boat and it's stored in our garage, and we get to take it out whenever we want, and we don't have to rent a boat. We don't have to go get it from storage. So yeah, that's what I actually just did that today. And then of course getting my first training gig, that made me happy. That was awesome. Oh, one other thing I need to add to that story. I don't know if you guys know what Spartan races are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I started a team, and we scheduled our first race. Our race is December 4th here in the Bay Area. It's actually going to be at where the Giants play. If you guys are familiar with that, it's called Arena or Oracle Park is what it's called now. It was called AT&T Park before. So yeah, December 4th. We got 6 months to train. I already have 4 people on the team. So yeah, team just show up. So
Yeah, but the Giants play over New York and New Jersey, not. I'm messing with you.
not those Giants.
I know you're talking about.
Potions. What did you do this week that made you happy?
I got the dining room painted in the new house, which is good. And then got Baby Commander's room primed to be painted later this week, and I got all the wallpaper taken off of her bathroom, and then I got her bathroom and my bathroom taped to be painted at a later date. I've been doing a lot of yard work, and it makes me very happy to have all that stuff done. It has been hot as balls out here, so it's been a very, very crispy mental week, but a lot of shit done.
So being productive always makes me happy, that's for sure.
Leslie, don't you have visitors in town?
I do. The other thing that makes me incredibly happy is this is the first time I have seen my parents in literally 2 years because pandemic.
Aww.
That's a thing.
Hey, Mom and Dad.
That is a thing.
Welcome.
Yep. Mama Potions and Papa Potions are in the house, literally.
Sweet.
So, I told them, sorry if you hear me get really animated and start screeching and swearing quite a bit because I have stream tonight, and they're just like, oh, okay.
So if
Awesome.
you're the master, are they the archmasters?
They're the Overlord and Supreme Mugwump.
The Supreme Mugwump.
Oh, yeah. Although Dad every once in a while goes, no, it's okay. You can just call me Oh Exalted One. It's like,
Oh, exalted one. Welcome. Oh, exalted
so if you
one.
ever wonder where I get my, so small ego from, I come by it honestly.
We ready to start the show, guys?
Yeah, we are.
All right.
No, we got to do like at least one more hour of talking about nonsense before we
I'm
do.
telling you, not only do we start 30 minutes late, we're going to waste the first 30 minutes of the show. Actually, it's not a waste. It's real fun.
No.
Okay, so everybody has their gear on except for Porky's down there. He got his Porky shirt on. So maybe the red and black, maybe that's fine.
At least I'm the right color.
Yeah, you
Yes.
are the correct color scheme. That's,
Right. Okay, we'll go for
At
that.
least you're not seeing the back.
You
of the shirt.
renegade.
Right, and then Elf, we're gonna assume that Elf has the the Garrus gear on. We're just gonna go ahead and.
Elf cuddling with the Garrus body pillow. We know that.
There we go.
It's all good.
All right, guys, so let's get the show started. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is SeanFlac 2.0, and together with me here in the studio via satellite, we have the Shadow Pack Squares. Over there, the far side of me over there, that is the CrimsonShieldScholar. Crimson, how are ya?
I'm doing well.
Excellent. Right next to me, and the bringer of today's topic, we have PotionsMaster 66. How are ya?
Fantabulous.
Down there, off there in the far corner, we have Stealth Dad. How are you today, sir?
Wonderful.
Sweet.
Got my shower in.
Got my shower in. Hey, that's a
Showering is good.
Yeah, that's a win. All right, Elf Daddy. Got Elf Daddy right here under me, and a little bit to, I guess, your right. How are you, Elf?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. So today's topic is Mass Effect, the first game. And so PotionsMaster 66 brought that to us. So before we get today's episode started about it, everybody's super excited. Everybody has gear. Everybody loves that game. Everybody knows what we're going to talk about. But together we are the Shadow Pack Squares. We are the part of the Shadow Pack gaming community here on Twitch. If you don't know who we are, you can go ahead and check us out at our website. Go ahead and drop that in the chat for anybody interested. ShadowPackGaming.com. That's a website where you can find information about all of us. That would include Instagram posts, YouTube videos like this one. And of course, this is episode number 11. So as the recording of this, we have 10 episodes up, actually 9 available. And the 10th episode, if you missed it last week, we did do Scaled and Icy, which was such a great episode, very informative, by 21 Pilots, and that is premiering on the 21st. Not that I did that on purpose, but it just happened that way. So go ahead and check this out.
You always say you did it on purpose, even if you didn't.
Oh, sorry.
You meant to do that.
I'm learning.
If
So
you
again,
see couple letters, you get scared and spicy.
Scared. So you can go ahead and check out all of our team information there at the website. Next off, we got our Twitter. If you want to go ahead and follow us on Twitter, I just dropped that link there in the chat. That's where you'll see stuff where we go live, team announcements that go out to the public. You'll see us retweet whenever any kind of information from any of our team members that wants to go out to our community. If you're interested in getting those updates from us or just talking to us, you can check us out there. The link is in the chat. Last but not least, we are part of Gamerized. We're a partner of Gamerized. Let's go ahead and drop that there in the link. There in the chat. Gamerized is a social platform like Facebook, but it's made for gamers by gamers, where they specialize in gameplay, music, and videos. You can go ahead and check out our partner page. There is a affiliate link there if you do sign up for their pro subscription. We get a little kickback, so you can support the team that way. And go ahead and check out Gamerized. Again, if you're interested in that type of platform that is specific for gamers by gamers, go ahead and check them out. And let's get on with the show. Potions. Who wants to do the intro? I know everybody's excited to talk about this. Who would like to introduce this?
My
Potions?
show.
Oh, then let's go, baby. Let's go. It's getting hot in
Go.
here.
That's because
There's a song about that, actually, which, you know, you could follow its advice and be a lot cooler.
Especially when it's 110
You know what?
degrees.
The show must go on. Potions, take it away.
As long as you do not get banned for mature content, I'm good.
We're marked 18 plus for a reason.
Right.
But there's something still in Twitch community guidelines that we still have to follow.
Speaking of which, Mass Effect is a mature graded game for very specific reasons. Violence and adult content. It's also known as an alien dating sim. So, anyways, actually, Mass Effect, the start of the franchise began in 2007, which is when it was released, and BioWare wanted to kind of make their own space opera because they did a little game called Knights of the Old Republic that was in the Star Wars universe, and that kind of little game, just little known, tiny little following, just a little corner of the internet.
Never heard of it before.
Yeah, itty bitty little fandom, you know.
No idea what that is.
I mean, I've never heard this.
Yeah, no idea.
They had a lot of fun, and they had a lot of creative license with that one in particular. Even though it was set in the Star Wars universe, it was like 1,000 years one way in the timeline, so they could just do basically whatever they wanted. And
it was during the Old Republic.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's early. Like the Republic is like what we had for the prequels. So the Old Republic is what happened before.
Right.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Like I said in the beginning, my brain is still very toasty from doing all this housework and yard work and stuff, so...
You're allowed.
You're good.
That's what you have us for.
Exactly. So, after the success of that game, they didn't want to... What are you doing, Stealth?
Taking a picture of his kid.
He looks like he has a headband on.
It's his earphone.
Yeah.
But I did just confused and distractible. It's okay.
Right.
Anyways, after
We
the
expect
success of that, at this point, it's, squirrel. So after the success of Knights of the Old Republic, they didn't want to continue on the Star Wars universe because they wanted to set off and make their own universe and have even more creative freedom. So that's when they started cobbling together Mass Effect. And figure we could start out with our first experiences with it. Sean, go first.
Me? Oh, man. What can I say about this game? So, first of all, one thing I want to get clarification. This originally was a Xbox 360 exclusive, right? It didn't come to PlayStation.
It was.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So, I want to say I played it when it first came out. I was a big Old Republic fan, knowing that BioWare did it. This is actually where I found out, because I love sci-fi and fantasy growing up, and this is where that tipping point where I was more sci-fi than I was fantasy. And this game kind of like really, because I played this and I played Dragon Age, because they're both made by BioWare. And this game just took off, and then Dragon Age was like, and I was like, you know what? And then I start looking into my life. I'm not saying it's a bad game, Crimson. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I just had to look at my books that I'm buying, the movies I'm watching, and I was like, you know what? I am finding that I am more of a sci-fi fan than I am fantasy. And I grew up, D&D and Dungeons and, Final Fantasy. And so I want to say I played this when it first came out because I did love the Knights of the Old Republic. And I didn't stop playing it. So this is actually my second. I mean, I know I'm probably not as hardcore as you guys are, but I think I had the one that Caitlin had originally, like years ago. So I kept wearing it until the zipper broke off and everything. Funny story about that. I wore that same one to a gas station, and the guy gave me a, oh, it's coming off. It's original. The guy gave me a free car wash because he was like, dude, that is such a cool sweatshirt. I'm going to give you a free car wash. So anyway, yes. That is my first
I'm
experience.
Commander SeanFlac, and this is my favorite car wash on the Citadel.
Right. So yes,
Non-endorsed.
when it first came out, I jumped right on it, and yeah. So 2007. Wow, that's so long ago.
It's really long.
Something like that.
Who's next? Potions, take it
Crimson?
away.
Me?
Well, no,
You're the host.
you got to be the host.
You're in control.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, that's
You're
why I
the
said
commander.
Crimson. You want to go?
Oh, I didn't hear you. You had broken up slightly. Sorry. Yeah, so I didn't come into Mass Effect until 2011. 2012, like ish, like just around that time. I played Dragon Age first. I really liked Dragon Age. I had only played Dragon Age 2 because that was on the Mac. So that came out on the Mac computer, and I only have Macs. I don't have PCs, so I'm very limited into what kind of games I had. And I never had any consoles besides a Wii, and so I played Dragon Age 2, and I was like, "This is really cool." And then my friend was like, "Well, you probably want to play Origins because Origins is like a better story, and you'll like it if you really liked 2." And then she gave me her console because she was like, "We don't play it, and like, you know, you need an Xbox in 360 in order to play Dragon Age Origins." So I was like, "Okay, cool." And then she gave me a bunch of games, and amongst those games was Mass Effect 1 and 2. So I played Mass Effect. I told her, I was like, well, I'm gonna like switch off then. I was like, so I'll play Mass Effect 1, then I'll play Origins, then I'll play Mass Effect 2, and then maybe by that time I'll have forgotten Dragon Age 2 and I can play it again, so that way I have the whole picture. And she's like, uh-huh. And then I played Mass Effect 1, and I was like, okay, wait, I need to play Mass Effect 2 right away. And she's like, yeah, I know. And then got 3 when it came out to play that horrible ending. And yeah, ever since.
Oh, you're part of the traumatized group. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We go way back then, huh, Crimson? Me and you. Go way back.
As we're old, but it's fine.
I guess. Call on the baby next.
Alright, stealth.
So, I don't think it's come out, but I'm more of a PlayStation guy through and through. It started with the Xbox, original Xbox. I never liked the Duke controller, so I just stuck on PlayStation. So I didn't play Mass Effect until it came out with that 3-pack where you had 1, 2, and 3 all together. And I got that for, was it the PS3 or was it PS4?
Yeah. No, PS3.
Okay, that's the reason I don't still have it. But sorry guys, I did not beat the game. I played maybe like 5-10 minutes of it.
That's okay. We forgive you.
I don't know. I'm right. Do we?
I know.
I don't think we forgive that.
Be Paragon.
Nah, man.
No, not happening.
You can.
Nah.
You know what? Headbutting is a renegade interrupt, so we can just headbutt him later. It's fine.
Okay.
But I know the concept of the game. I know it, when it came out, it was such a big showing of the game itself because I think it was the style of that game where you also made the choices you make early on when you go and do later on in the game. That was like one of the first ones of its kind to do that. So it had a big showing. A lot of people loved it. It just fell into the time of me because I do a lot where I'll buy something or I'll get hyped about something and then I'll just go and now that I have it and I go on ways for things. ADHD sucks like that.
I don't
Like-
believe so.
You never even beat the first game, so you just like played the first game for like 5 minutes and then stopped.
Yep. And then moved on to a different game, like Skyrim, I think.
Skyrim.
This here is
Oh.
the seal of disapproval.
Dude, not gonna lie, I bought Fallout 4.
Hey,
Like,
God.
I bought Fallout 4 like
Wookie!
3-4 months ago. No, 2 months ago. It still ends case.
Thank you for the
Wookie.
sub.
Yeah, that. Wookie is a fellow commander. I know that.
Oh, hell yeah. Shadow Pack shout out. Commander Wook.
Commander
So-
Wookie.
Uh-huh. Elf Daddy. What's your
Sup,
first experience?
My history is a lot shorter, which is why I don't write it as much, actually. I mostly play Dragon Age. Like, a lot of Dragon Age. Like, it's my favorite game. I've had multiple copies, enough to where I can just, like, literally throw them at people who have never played it and be like, take it, play it, enjoy. And then I played Andromeda first, because everybody's like, hey, play Mass Effect, I love it. And I was like, I don't like to be told what to do, so I'm not going to play it.
There you go.
So I played Andromeda, and everybody's like, I hate Andromeda. And I was like, but I love Andromeda. And then I was like, so I guess I go back and play the trilogy. And then I never stopped.
So did you do the whole trilogy?
Yeah, he's played the whole trilogy multiple times.
Like a zillion times.
He already beat it Legendary Edition. Like, he's on his second playthrough of Legendary Edition
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
Like, I'm still in game 1 because I literally don't have enough time in the day to actually, like...
I know. I want to get through 2 so I can get to 3 so I can get Kaden. That's why I've been playing 2 so much. Like, in
It's
marathon
possible when you
sessions.
shortchange everything else.
God,
Yeah.
I actually loaded up the original one just so I could speed run 3 on Insanity with my Adept profile, because I miss it.
Mm.
I have to redo everything. Oh, anyways.
Oh, but Jennifer Hale's in Ratchet and Clank, so it's okay. It's not like a total cheating.
Wait. Someone mentioned Ratchet
Why
and
be
Clank.
that way, Wookie? I see
Yeah,
how it is.
Wookie's playing Ratchet and Clank.
Clank.
And Crank. It's a new
Crank.
game.
Ju-
Crank.
Just-
That's a different game.
2016
He
or
said, I am cheating on you guys with Ratchet. You know what? We'll give him the horns for that.
For cheating at us?
I didn't have anything else. What do I have a victory one. I have the items. Oh, you know what? We'll just have to finish him.
There you go. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd Potions go? She died.
You killed me with that comment. It was so funny.
oh,
Let me
kind
curious.
of when you
I'm-
mentioned finish him. So the actor who plays Scorpion in Mortal Kombat has been
What?
added to the cast of John Wick 4.
Nice.
Random factoid. Also, nice to know.
Well,
No,
you
he
gotta
said finish him.
You
He
know.
said finish him, so I had a tangent. I had an opening.
Squirrel. I love how he's like, I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite stream in the Citadel. That's what Wookie just put in the chat.
And then he told us he's cheating on us with
Okay.
Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Potions.
Oh, well.
That's what I said in the pregame before we started. That's not fair.
How what?
Slogans.
Alright. Well, I'm actually late to the fandom. I was in my senior year of college when the first game dropped, and I wasn't actually really big into gaming then.
This
I
is
had
the
a-
seal of disapproval for that.
Wait, because I have
Look at
completely drank the
Crimson.
Kool-Aid. Yeah. So, I had a PS2 at that point because me and my friends played DDR with like the pads and everything. And that was actually my true start of like starting to get into gaming, as I played that recreationally. Then I moved on to like an actual controller with like Spyro because I'm a dork. And then after after college, I kind of just peripherally knew some about games coming out because of ex-husband and other friends. And when we moved out to Indiana, we got an Xbox Arcade, which was basically like 360 Lite, and started playing online with a couple of friends we had met in our apartment complex, Left 4 Dead. And at that point, it was just like I liked watching him play the games because I could keep a lookout for, well, there's health over there, there's loot over there. You can do the hard part of the combat, and I just want the story. To the point where it's just like, well, it looks fun and I want to play. So I started taking the controller. And then another game got recommended, Borderlands, which I fucking love. That's probably like my first franchise. And then by the time I was ready to be bored with Borderlands, Skyrim, the Game of the Year edition, had come out, so I started playing that. And
You took
like
the
you,
long way
Sean,
around, huh?
I did take the long way around. I thought I was more of a fantasy player because I absolutely love Skyrim and like I love Lord of the Rings and just medieval fantasy and fiction and all that stuff. But I was also pretty much on a daily basis going on this website called cracked.com. So if like y'all know Mad TV, that show, that was basically their online magazine. And
I love
they
Cracked.
had,
I like crack.
yeah, Cracked is hilarious. Where they had those little
It's healthy.
listicles. So they had a video game section, and I would read those little jokey bits and see what's what. So I knew kind of what Mass Effect was. I knew there was a huge controversy with the endings, and I thought, wow, what a boring game. I had never played it, and I was just like, it's set in space, and it's just all about politics, and it's like Star Trek and this, that, and the other thing. And I was just like, that sounds so incredibly boring. And then I found an article that said like the 5 most insane Easter eggs, and then they listed one, and they had a YouTube video clip. So I clicked on it, and I had my little mind blown away because the graphics at the time, this was in 2014, and the last game of the trilogy, the third one, came out in 2012. I was like, the graphics at the time were beautiful. The music was gorgeous. Like the animation for what it was fantastic, and you could tell just by the way the characters were interacting in that scene, like they actually had a history and whatnot. And then I started reading things more about in-depth gameplay, and I discovered that first of its kind, basically, you carried the same character through all 3 games if you survived. And I was like, I've never seen that before. That's pretty interesting. Your choices, they had weight,
Yeah,
like they affected the world state. That was pretty fascinating. Like I had never been able to affect the world around me like that in a video game before. So then I was like, all right, let's try it. And in 2004, you could get the trilogy pretty damn cheaply at that point, and I had a 360 of my own at that point. I didn't have to borrow ex-husband's anymore. And I put the first disc in, saw the opening credits, got goosed, and just grabbed onto the screen, and I haven't let go since. So, yeah.
Oh, you're definitely late to the party. Wow. So you came in 2014. That's 7 years after the beginning.
Yep. 7 years after the beginning. And like, honestly, because I'd done so much research, I knew some of what to expect with the choices. I didn't know when certain events happened over the course of the story, so that was still kind of fun to discover. It's like, oh, this happens here. Okay, I know that's how that fits in. Oh shit, the implications on that. Woo!
Wait a
But
second.
yeah, and I knew there was that whole controversial ending, and then I read all about the indoctrination theory, and even though it's technically debunked, I still kind of subscribe to it because I'm just like, there's no possible way Shepard's not. But now it all makes sense.
So wait a second. Isn't 2014 when Trespasser was just coming out?
Was it 2014 just when DAI came out in general?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought Trespasser was 2015, and I still have not played any of the Dragon Age games.
No, I'm very sad about that.
Oh,
I know.
you better watch out. There's gonna be like a Dragon
I
Age
gotta
cartridge
go
like
back
come
to-
flying through the screen and like hit you in the head. And then
I
you're gonna
have
hear
all-
Elf
I
go
have
and
all
say
the
enjoy.
Like
I
it's coming
have
from the
all the
window
games.
behind her.
Right.
I'm
It's like
just
coming
not
from the
ready to
window
be done with
behind
Mass
her and
Effect.
hits her in the
I
back.
haven't even played Andromeda the entire way through because I'm just not ready to be done with the trilogy.
So, somebody just told me the other day that in Origins, if you play as a dwarf, that Kaylin actually full on flirts with you, and I was like, wait a second, what? I have to go back and play a dwarf now.
He flirts with everybody, I think. He super flirts with the mage.
Yeah, that's
Crimson,
true.
don't bust
But
the
I'm
bubble.
like,
Don't bust. Let
hello.
Elf play the dwarf. Let him have his moment.
No, it just there are a lot of good like Kaylin Inquisitor fics that I really like actually. Not you know what I mean, Warden fics. Kaylin Warden fics.
Well, you know,
I'm reading an Inquisition to see if I can find when Trespasser came out.
Oh my.
I had a moment like where I was thinking about something like for story purposes, and I was like, "That's a good idea." And then I was like, "No, that's a terrible idea. I'm not going to do that."
Wait, what? Which? Tell me. What?
For those not in the
uh,
know in the chat, 3 of us here write fanfic for BioWare, majority of which is Mass Effect, but there's quite a bit of Dragon Age too.
Okay, so I'm doing
Never
a
knew that.
Kunari Warden fic,
Right.
and I was gonna have like, I had the whole interaction planned, and I was like, I feel like he'd flirt a little bit because I'm like, she's tall, she's pretty, she's buff. Like, why wouldn't you? And then I was like, no, he wouldn't do that, would he?
But would he?
And then I was like, I'm not gonna do that.
I miss who? Are you talking about Kaylin?
Yeah,
Flirting with your Kunari Warden?
yeah. Because like he wouldn't do that. He's
No, he
not.
totally
that
would.
guy. And then I was like, oh,
You know Kaylin's kinky.
he's a total himbo. I'm
Yeah.
behind that.
Yeah, he would. He'd totally
So
flirt with
maybe
you.
we'll start off season 3 with a Dragon Age topic.
Right.
We don't know.
Right.
BioWare in
let's-
general.
Yeah, that's why I was like, is this gonna turn into a BioWare
If
conversation?
we do Dragon Age one, we're gonna
Very
have to do the whole
possibly.
trilogy.
But yeah.
Okay.
How
so
can we do Dragon Age if you've never played it?
I played Origins.
That can be a different stream or like Shadow Pack.
Or was
after
it Inquisition?
Because I guess it
Okay,
goes.
Trespasser. Go ahead.
I played Inquisition a little bit.
Good. Trespasser was 2015.
So like
That makes
a lot of
sense.
the games I pick up, like I'll play like 5, 10, maybe 20 minutes, and if I really am like them, I'll actually beat the game, or like I'll play like 4 hours, put it back down. But I know my knowledge. I have the knowledge of the games at least. So at least I can
That's
talk
the most
about
important
them.
bit.
Okay, so what are we gonna talk about next about Mass Effect? We're talking about the plot, the gameplay.
A little bit of everything, honestly. I mean,
Do you
Let's start with
punch
the
the
game.
journalist or no?
what?
We gotta fill at least 2 hours, right?
That's like one of my
I
favorite
mean,
things.
this is me talking about Mass Effect. It's probably going to be like a 16-hour stream if you just let me ramble about anything and everything under the sun.
Exactly.
Don't let me
That's
do that.
why
Okay,
I
so
start with the hard-hitting questions. Do you punch the journalist or don't you?
I used to, and then Caitlin actually like convinced me not to, and it's just like it was always one of those things where I never really liked to with my M sheps, but my fem sheps like yeah, deck her, bitch.
every time. Okay,
I
so
meant to try to handle it diplomatically, and I just totally punched her this last time. I was like, "Oh no, that was an accident."
okay, so let's get on track here. So let's talk about your characters.
Or should we talk about the plot?
Well,
I'd rather actually talk about gameplay at first.
okay, gameplay it is.
Yeah, because like riding the hype train of the Legendary Edition drop, there has been quite a bit of reworking of Game 1, not just in textures and color balancing and sound balancing, but also in streamlining the gameplay, because the gameplay between all 3 games and the originals kind of janky. And like the first one, you could tell they were trying to shoehorn in like a shooter type game, but they weren't really used to doing a shooter. So some of the gameplay mechanics were really stupidly finicky. And like one thing that you're going to hear players talk about for certain is sniper rifles in the original.
Snipers.
I
Fuck
love
snipers.
I loved the sound of the sniper rifle in the first one, and the only way you could actually freaking use the damn thing was if you were an infiltrator or a soldier and you just dumped as many points as you could into the sniper
I
rifle
was an
tree.
infiltrator.
Yeah, that was my first one too, and then I got the
Mine too.
biotic bug. Yeah, I mean usually always a stealth
Space
character.
Mage.
Huh?
I always go Space Mage.
Mm.
Well, I didn't actually know how to use biotics very well until I got more familiar with the gameplay and whatnot. But yeah, like if you weren't specifically concentrate on snipers, you could get a bead on kind of, and it would sway back and forth, and then you fired and blam! Like it was bloody fucking impossible to actually use it. Bam! Hi! Nice to see ya!
Bam! What's up, dog?
Oh, hey, we all forgot a
And
bot.
hi.
Hello, welcome,
Yeah, I want
NX
to become
Rod
famous.
Open 97.
Absolutely.
Yes, let's all become famous.
Oh, I was about to say, who's our bot master here?
Nah, I can't do it.
I'm not even dog, so
Bam! I got a sound effect for you.
Okay.
Finish
You got
him!
that?
I don't
Or
got
what?
get over here, but maybe I should get that. Get over here.
Get over here.
Okay. Please continue. Janky ass sniper rifle.
Yes, janky ass sniper rifles. That should be the next bumper sticker that Shadow Patch drops in the merch
Janky.
store.
Janky ass
Janky
sniper
ass
rifle.
rifle.
Mass Effect 1.
Yeah. So, like it was really interesting to see how many points they gave you just to dump in fart sounds.
Right.
I'm distractible from the chat.
Block the chat. Whenever Potions is talking, block the chat.
I
They
can't.
might have Spark Sounds because Spark Sounds on the soundboard because
Because I'm
he
a
is
grown ass
a kid.
I do what I want.
Sounds about right. But anyways, like they gave you a lot of points and stuff to dump into skills and whatnot, and it was really interesting to see how they tied them all together. But then again, like I said, the actual game mechanics of trying to you were class locked on certain weapons. So if you had access to use all of them, but if you didn't have points dumped into something or your class wasn't proficient in them, it was bloody fucking useless. So, like, shotguns were another big one that got kind of revamped nicely in the Legendary Edition because you can actually fucking hit shit now.
You
And
didn't have to be like, you didn't have to be like all the way up on them, like, hey.
And even then, it was like a 50-50 shot of
Right.
whether or not you would actually, like, hit him with the spread or whatnot. But,
Right.
yeah, and then, just the way that they had, exactly, kaboom. The way that they had 3 pure classes and then 3 mixed classes was kind of interesting because they had a pure biotic, which was all space wizard, and then they had a pure technological one, which was the engineer, and then they had a pure combat proficiency, which was the soldier, and then they had 3 combination ones, which took a mix of each of their specializations and just shoved them all together, and that was pretty interesting too. Like Sentinel is a biotic, which is Space Wizard, and Tech. And that's a pretty lethal combo. Like if you want to be a wizard tank, that's the one to do it. Infiltrator was combat and tech, and then Vanguard was actually combat and biotics. So it's also a pretty lethal combination. And you know, it's kind of depended on how you wanted to play it as well, because some of the stuff just didn't really seem like it fit that well to me. So it was just like once you've played a few of the class profiles, it all kind of blends together. The fun stuff doesn't happen until game 2 or 3, but I don't think they knew how big Mass Effect was going to blow up, so they didn't really like push the difference between the classes as much.
Well, like,
Okay, so what?
well, like most first games, like games that surprise you, and with the way that they blow up, they don't really know how they're going to blow up.
Right.
So they don't have. So you don't always have the. So through the development cycle, you have the choice of whether let's dive into this and get our rework on this, or let's get the gameplay down and see how it goes from there, type of thing.
Yeah. Well, and some of the things. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna move us along. Go ahead.
I was going to say some of the things which actually set Mass Effect apart from some of the other ones was they had voiced protagonists, but you still got to control the conversations. So they brought in something called the dialogue wheel, and they actually had voice actors for both MShep and FemShep voice certain. Well, I mean, they voiced all of it, but like you had so many options of how you could respond to the other NPCs. I've never really seen that done before with the voice actor. Like with Bethesda games, you could always choose which way you wanted to answer, but you never heard yourself speak. What's that?
If I was new,
Fallout 4.
what is FemShep and MShep?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Because Mass Effect is actually an RPG and a shooter, you get to completely customize your character. You can choose to be either a female Shepard, because the main character's name is Commander Shepard, or you can choose to be a male Shepard. The fandom differentiates between the two by calling M Shepards MShep and female Shepards FemShep.
Cool.
And that was also one of the inadvertent groundbreakers, because you never really got to see a strong, decisive female character like in command and have it not be a big deal. Like it was just accepted. If you play FemShep, of course she's a commander. Of course she's like special forces. Of course she's highest level of the high. Of course she gets made Spectre. Like it was nice because in certain ways there was no glass ceiling for her to bust through. Granted, the games are a product of their time, so there's still some fairly misogynistic things in there that weren't really noticed at the time, but, you know.
Commentary on Miranda's outfit in 2.
Let's save that for Game 2's episode.
So the
I
dialogue
have
wheel.
a lot of things about my space wife to say.
Right.
But,
The dialogue
yeah,
wheel.
so it... How what?
How did the dialogue wheel play into the gameplay?
Dialogue wheel played into the game where it also played into... Oh my... Bam says, eat me. Oh, look good, Bandit. The dialogue wheel played into the morality system, because morality systems were fairly big at the time, if I remember correctly. So you could choose to be, they wanted to paint it as, like, not necessarily good and evil, because no matter what, you're still the savior of the galaxy. It's just how history's going to remember you.
Like action hero.
I'm sorry?
Like an action hero versus like a John McClane type guy.
Yeah, for real. So, like, if you chose the blue option, the Paragon options, you are very sweet and kind and diplomatic, and the whole... Boo.
Me.
Y'all and your stupid Paragon.
I think one of my favorite is like reacting positively when somebody shoots you. Like, oh no, I can't believe I did that. You're just like, nah, it's cool.
No, but like that would totally be me though, which is why that's what my shepherds do. Like when Lisbeth like accidentally shoots you, she's like, "Oh my god, I shot you!" And Shepard's always like, "No, it's cool." I'd be like, I'd be the same thing. I'd be like, "Dude, I got like a shit ton of armor on."
Fine.
Right.
Yeah, like it's fine.
Meanwhile,
Don't worry about
me, the
it.
resident renegator. Let me give you some advice. 2 eyes human, 4 eyes Batarian. Don't
Is that
shoot
really
the
what the
human.
line is?
That is literally a line that and bring down the sky. I love it. I love it. It
Oh,
is
that was the
hilarious.
expansion, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was one of the first expansion packs. It's a really good one too.
Right. Okay.
For not negotiating with terrorists, you get like 25 renegade points.
I mean,
Because
yeah.
you kill them all.
Yeah, that's why
do in America. You don't negotiate with terrorists. So
You
I'm
do
like,
negotiate with terrorists, and then you wind up blowing up all the hostages anyways. It's cool.
You do
Jeez.
negotiate with terrorists, and negotiating with terrorists allows you to save a bunch of innocent civilian lives.
At the expense of letting the terrorist go to do it again later.
We know
Yeah,
who all
that's
the
okay.
paragons are in this. Me and Crimson over there. Yeah.
It's okay, because then you trap the terrorist, and then you get the terrorist later.
Dude, why negotiate with terrorists? You kill them straight away.
No, in Bring Down the Sky specifically, if you kill the terrorist, there's like the bomb.
You
It's-
kill
he
the
uses
hostages.
advantage.
Yeah. There's
So
3 people and you're preventing them from being like enslaving other people and taking them hostage. I'm like 3 people versus however many I just saved.
25. But who's counting?
clearly not y'all.
I'm telling you, apparently not, Crimson. I can't say I'm disappointed because you're still Commander Shepard, but I mean,
I would walk the line.
okay.
Like, I'm more one who would walk the line. Like, yeah, I'd make renegade choices, but I would also be political about some things. And
You can be neutral.
Right.
They
You
do
can go-
give you
can- yeah,
neutral
you
options.
can be in the middle, yeah.
But then you
Um,
like fuck
Yeah, the interesting thing about it is if you play neutral, you have pretty much just as high a body count as a renegade player does. Because if you can't talk someone down out of a situation
Right.
with Paragon, or you can't bully someone down with Renegade,
Yeah, because I was always a
they die.
silver tongue kind of guy. I always was diplomatic. I dumped
down.
all my points into looking good and schmoozing to people.
And getting those discounts.
Yes, and getting those discounts.
Or
So-
occasionally bullying your way into a discount.
Mhm.
Okay. So we got full character customization. We
Yeah, you got full
got
character.
we got
morality system
The
where you can
morality
choose
system.
to be
which was
another
Paragon or
interesting.
Renegade.
right, which was first introduced in Knights of the Old Republic, right? But they called it Dark Side, Light Side.
Oh, yeah.
Also, with that, don't forget that your look changed, right? The more Paragon you were, the more angelic, like me and Crimson, or the more Renegade.
Sorry, I had some.
You got like cracked faces and like red
That
eyes.
doesn't actually start until game 2. You can be
Okay.
Renegade in game 1 and still have a baby face.
Oh, okay.
but you don't get a blue ending. You get a red ending.
Yes,
That's the
you-
only
you
difference
get it.
between Paragon and Renegade in Mass Effect 1. They did not do the full coder red eyes thing until 2.
Okay.
Yeah, when they needed an excuse
Why?
to be able to do that, and
And
we'll get into that next episode we do Mass Effect 2.
right. And then in that particular thing too, the way you acted, changed the way you look was also in the games that I played. Fable was the same way.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know,
David's
and
highlight.
yeah, and it had that kind of same thing. That's why I liked Fable. I liked this. Your choices that you make, we've already mentioned, right, affect what happens in the story. Let's see what else. With gameplay, I was the infiltrator. It's the only one I played. The main thing that I had a hard time playing with was cover. Because the way the cover system worked, obviously,
sticky paper walls.
yes. I mean, you would get caught on a
it just
corner.
grabbed you. It's like, I don't want to be in cover right now, damn it.
Right. So
Yeah.
that was like
It's
one of the
marginally
things
better.
as well. Obviously, there's skill trees because it's more of what you said earlier. It was a space opera. So you know, depending on what you dumped your skill points into, made your choices, right? You either had more renegade choices, you either turned into a bully, or if you didn't put enough into your charisma, you didn't get certain choice options because you didn't have a high enough charisma to unlock that dialogue. Oh, and then you also got to pick your background, right? In the very beginning.
Yep. You got to customize your background, and you got to customize your psychological profile, because
They talk shit about you.
they do talk shit about you.
Yeah. So it was
Or they talk
Everybody
about
Talking shit about you.
well, I mean, like they'd be like, "Oh
you get
well."
some some shade if you're
Yeah.
if you're the butcher of Torfin.
Right, I was just gonna
Thank you
say,
very
yeah,
much.
like there's that. Oh yeah, remember that one time he killed the whole, he saved the people but killed the whole
Remember
team.
when he sent 3/4 of his squad to their deaths on the
Right.
moon of Torfin and then executed all the Batarian prisoners?
Right. Yeah. See, I was like, the son or the daughter of a space admiral or whatever that one was.
Yeah.
I was the
I
paragon.
always-
I had to be perfect.
I like to do the orphan one that grew up on like the Earthborn.
Oh yeah, Earthborn, where they grew up in a gang on the streets of a megalopolis.
So there are
I
3
know.
backgrounds that you can get.
Okay, go ahead.
Depending on if I'm playing Paragon or Renegade, I go.
Orphan or Elysium.
I usually end up with a Coos, but then I get like Earthborn, Soul Survivor, or Ruthless, depending on on the alignment I play.
Yeah, so there are 3 backgrounds you can get. It's going to be a spacer background where your mother, Hannah, is the captain of a starship, and so you basically grew up on space stations and spaceships. There's Earthborn, where you were an orphan. You grew up on Earth somewhere and eventually ran with a group called the Reds, which was a street gang. Or there's Soul Survivor, which is colonist, which is the one where you grew up on a colony called Mindwar.
Your family's a bunch of farmers.
Mindwar is a farming colony, and it gets attacked by Batarians, and your family all dies, and you get trauma when you're 16, which is great. And then you get psychological profiles, and that depends on whether you are. There's a Paragon option, a Renegade option, a neutral option, just like the morality is. So the Paragon option is Elysium, which is a colony. You get there's an attack by space pirates / Batarians. They get through the colony's defenses. The shepherds, rallies, the military forces, and some of the colonists that are there form a barricade. The barricade gets punched through. Shepard single-handedly keeps the barricade from falling. And then they get awarded the Star of Terra. So that's the Paragon one. The neutral one is a Coos, which is a Soul Survivor, which is where they land on the planet of Coos. They realize that there's a distress signal. They check it out. They get attacked by monsters that have never been named in the middle of the night. And 49 people die, and Shepard's the only one that survives. And then there is Ruthless Renegade background. And the Renegade background is the one where it's the Battle of Torfin. It's in response to the attack on Elysium, so the Alliance goes after the Batarians on Torfin. They think it's easy. They say, "Oh, it's a simple op. We're going in." They think that they're winning, and then all of a sudden they realize that the Batarians have set traps for them. So there's a lot of improvised explosive devices, and they start getting killed. But then Shepard says, "I don't care," and sends their people in anyway. 75% of their squad, or the people that go in the squadron, die, and then all the Batarians end up surrendering. Everybody that's surrendered ends up getting shot by Shepard because Shepard's pissed. So that's it.
Yep.
Damn.
They get executed. So
Okay, so stretch.
Stretch. God, did you hear that crunch? That was my elbow. God.
Let's before we kind of go further, I'd like to know who was your first character. Like, what did you build? Crimson. Who was your
I
first
have
character?
a stable of shepherds.
No,
I
your
want
first
your first
character.
one.
The first one that you
First
built.
one. Funnily enough, it was a femshep named Natalie. She was a Paragon's, I believe, spacer engineer. And she romanced Caden through all 3 games, and she chose Synthesis as her ending.
Crimson,
No,
what
do
you
you
got?
remember your first
Oh,
one?
go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. I played Femshep, Paragon, Romance, Caden, and then Garrus, Yeah. That's basically been the foundation. My Paragons are always Femshep, Soul Survivor, Adepts.
Nice. My very first character that I built was female, straight Paragon, Earthborn, Soul Survivor. So, yeah. So, and then
Is that
Infiltrator.
Elisa?
No. My first ever shipper was Elizabeth.
Uh-huh.
No, Annalisa is Mindwar. She's colonist.
Right. Yeah.
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 No, Earthborn's Maddie, but it's no. Elizabeth was my first thing that I had no idea what I was doing, and I was just saying I'm gonna pick what I want. And I had played Dragon Age, and so I was like, and I loved being a rogue in Dragon Age, so I was like, I'm gonna pick whatever is closest to a rogue, and that is Infiltrator. So I picked Infiltrator, Earthborn, Soul Survivor, and Paragon, and she picked Destroy at the end. But I also switched her to Vanguard in Mass Effect 2, so I did not like Infiltrator. I was like, I'm
That
gonna
was
switch.
rough in game one. Like, unless if you literally devoted every single spare point you could into the sniping tree. Damn, it was
I
hard.
played Mass Effect 1 and beat it using a pistol because I could not snipe, and the infiltrators don't get any other weapon specializations.
Exactly.
So it's just
It's
a
that-
sniper
the-
rifle or a
and-
pistol.
Yeah, the hand
that goes
cannon.
back to part of the gameplay part of game one being so janky was because a pistol was the most fucking OP gun in the entire fucking game.
OP.
Just like the amount of damage you could send downwind
cannon. Right. and
as
hopefully the hand
fast
cannon.
as you could
Right.
and as accurate as you could. It was just like this shouldn't be a pistol.
It was called a hand cannon. That's why.
Yeah.
God, yeah. Anyways, Sean, what was your first character?
So my first character was M. Shep, and he looked like this little Asian dude, right? Because I had to make him look like me, right? His name was Sion, right? Sion. It's very close to like my name. So all my characters generally are named Sion. So Sion Shepherd, obviously, Paragon. He, was the son of the space captain. He got the medal. Yeah, and then I'm kind of confused on the ending because one said synthesis, other said destroyer. Am I missing something there? Because I remember beating it, but
We're talking Mass Effect 3.
We're talking about like the entire
okay,
series.
okay.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
what flavor ending and Instagram filter did you choose at the very end? Red, green, or blue?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to comment on that because that could actually be a whole other episode. Anyway.
It will be.
Yes.
It will
so
be. Don't worry.
One of the things about you guys came late to the game. So since I played it originally, the fucked up part was when you bought part 2, part 1 corrupted. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
No.
Yes. So obviously in the trilogies that you guys have, it's all straight through. So when you got part 1, and because you're like super juiced about your character and the way they look and blah 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 blah, it would not load into part 2 because there was a corruption thing. So what they ended up doing was that's why I didn't play part 2 right away. I think it took like 6 months for them to figure out a patch for your character to cross over from 1 and 2. So that's the reason why I want to talk about characters, because part of it, right, the fun part about this game was it was you. Like, you built this character, and it went through 3 sagas together, and you were like so enthralled and but I guess I was the only one that originally played it. When you loaded up into part 2, it corrupted your so what you had to do was you had to try to rebuild your character the way they looked, right? And then they gave you a questionnaire, and they asked you stuff like, did you punch the reporter? So they gave you like a 10.
Yeah, Genesis.
Yeah, they gave you this 10. Yeah, so they gave you this like checklist of like, hey, what did you do with this? With the Krogans and blah 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 blah. And then that's how your interactions happened in part 2 originally. And then when they finally came out with the patch, then everything would transfer over. So
I don't know if they did this originally because, like I said, I didn't pick it up until 2011. But like Genesis, they created, I guess, to help that, but also for PlayStation players, because ME2 came out for PS3 and Xbox 360, but ME1 was still only 360.
Right.
So you couldn't import a character on PlayStation. So they created Genesis, but the shitty part about it, at least originally, is that you had to pay for Genesis. It wasn't
Well,
free.
one other thing that they did is that if you played 2 or 3 on the console, like if you played 3 on PlayStation, like first before they came out with that 3-pack or whatever it was, you get to make your choices as if you would play, to try and catch up, but you don't get the joy of playing the game during that portion. You'll make your choices, but you won't see their impacts until you're actually playing the game.
Yeah.
And you don't get to connect with the NPCs like you do when you go through the
like when you
hell
punch the
with game.
reporter. I thought that was the coolest thing from 1 to 2, and she was like, ah! Even though I was a Paragon, I swear. I still punched the reporter.
My
I got a character. Huh?
No, go ahead.
Right? Just so mean.
Yeah, she's very much a tabloid reporter who just is out to get you.
Right.
But
so,
oh well.
Really, she really doesn't make you look that bad. But like on my one Renegade playthrough, I punched the reporter, and then I went into 2, and her reaction in 2 was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
But like, no, as a military person, if you punched a reporter, you would get censured up and down. Which is why I say you never punch the fucking reporter. It's such an abuse of power.
Yeah, and it's even worse if you're M-Shep, because M-Shep is fucking ripped. And then he literally throws a haymaker at this little slip of a woman. It's like, oh!
On camera.
Right.
So
right.
camera.
Okay. But he's a Spectre, though. So he's like
Yeah,
above
Spectre, you get to do
military
whatever you want, but
jurisdiction.
still,
You know what I'm
optics
saying?
of
Oh,
it.
yeah. Of course.
Yeah, it's really bad. Also, part of free democratic society is free, speech and free journalism. So, like, you have to not punch reporters.
But she was not really a reporter. She was a tabloid columnist, right? Columnist.
Doesn't matter.
Columnist.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Journalism is journalism.
Okay.
I'm really going to enjoy when my computer stops fucking restarting Discord every 2 hours.
Can you entertain an article that says like Michael Jackson is an alien?
No, it's not. It's not that type of tabloid.
She's just really out to get him, is what it was. Regardless, yeah.
Night, ma'am. Thanks for stopping and hanging out.
It's just like Admiral Mikolovich. Like, it's just someone that doesn't like the fact that Shepard has classified Alliance/Turian technology, using it for the Council. Kalisa is basically Cerberus, but in a journalist. And as much as you want to say Cerberus does shitty things, and they do, it's still a human-first mentality, which has its place in the discourse of the galaxy. Because why am I going to say that I'm going to dump in millions and millions of credits into this ship, and then all of a sudden we just give it to the Council? That's kind of weird. And humanity does deserve to know why that is. So Kalisa is not bad at all. She's asking the hard, true questions, unlike Emily.
Yeah.
And then you don't realize that till part 2. But we're not going to talk about part 2. Part 2 ended up very weird. Anyway.
You realize exactly what Kalisa is, because when she asks these questions and then the news report comes out, like if you go pure Paragon and you have enough Paragon points to do the Paragon choice, because like if you're unfamiliar with the game with the dialogue wheel, there's up, middle, and down, and that's like your traditional like good answer, like nice answer, neutral answer, or like somewhat mean bullying answer. But then there's a left side of the dialogue, and the left side of the dialogue wheel is either questions that are in white, which will let you get more information about what's going on, where the right side makes the plot move forward, the left side is more information, or there is a blue section or a red section, and that is if you have enough specifically Paragon points to get the blue option or enough Renegade points to get the red option. You can then talk someone down, which is what the Paragon point option is, or bully them down, which is what the Renegade option is.
Yeah.
And if you have enough points for Kalisa to go pure Paragon in all 5 questions, she actually doesn't make you look bad at all. And then Hackett comes on and he's like, you dodged all the questions, you came off really well, you did a really good job. So like, yeah, it can be really well as long as you don't tell Kalisa to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you just have to play the game, like the political game. But I've got a character question for people. Speaking of characters.
No. Go ahead.
Well, Stealth only played the game for 5 minutes. Like, Do you have any information about your first shepherd, or do you remember it?
Oh, not really.
Yeah, that's okay. We will
Is
more than
it?
make up for it.
Is it?
I mean, I think how was it? Knowing back then the type of character I would probably make is probably one who would be up front and the hard charger.
You'd be more of a soldier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
So what's
You
your
get
character
access to
question?
all the weapon trees.
I think that's
My character
why
question. What?
I think that's why I would pick it because then I would have the variety. But like the way I make the character is dependent upon the game I play. Like we'll go to to a newer game. Not that it's been here for a while. The Division. That's more of you kind of do want to be kind of a stealth slash. You need that cover. You cannot be a hard charger unless you have your friends.
I think South would love Vanguard.
I think that's what I picked.
Maybe not so much in
Yeah.
the first game because Vanguard's not that interesting because you don't get Charge and Nova until way later. But yeah, I can see that. I mean, Soldier basically is you're a tank. You're a bullet sponge and a bullet hose. Like you take in a lot of damage and then you put out a lot of damage. But I mean, each class has obviously certain strategies that work better for it. But my character question is, which shepherd did you create that first like actually came alive for you and started having their own story? Because for me, Natalie didn't really have any stuff that fleshed her out. Like she was Commander Shepard and she was just an avatar on the screen just doing the Paragon thing. There wasn't really anything that made her stood out until like the very end for me. And the most interesting thing that she did was she chose synthesis, and then in my head it popped up with, what if her last thought was, what if I made the wrong choice? And that was the most interesting thing about her to me, was she made that choice and then she questioned it before the end. It's like, ooh. So how about Elf Daddy? Which shepherd of yours actually started coming alive for you and having more of a story than just what was on the screen?
Think back. Think
hard.
really back.
I was gonna say my default answer is the Ryder twins, but you know, I guess the only one that really kind of took on life of its own is my elf. Actually,
Explain.
well, I have a policy. I don't like to play human characters in a fantasy game because I'm already human. I don't want to play what I am.
Yeah, I can do that.
So, yeah. So like, even on Dragon Age 2, where they forced me to play a human, I had mods on PC. I was like, no, fuck you, I'm gonna be an elf.
Yeah.
So, basically, I was thinking, you know, I was like, I want to write a story, and I'm not that great. And then I was like, no, I need an elf character. So, you know, I make the decision as the chef, but like in the story version, it's an elf.
That's pretty cool.
And he likes elevators. He's really fascinated by them.
That's pretty awesome, especially because elevators are quite a large part of Game 1. You spend so much time in them. Oh my god.
My favorite part of Legendary Edition.
Being able to skip through it. Like, yes.
Elevators. So I wanted to turn it into something positive. Like, yeah, you spend so much time on the elevators, and I'm like, yeah, but what if somebody who had never before was on one and be like, whoa, this is so cool.
That's legit. I like that.
Me too. Good headcanon. How about you, Crimson? What's the first shepherd that started coming alive in your head for you?
I didn't write Mass Effect fan fiction for a shepherd. I read it for Caden. I really like Caden, and I really think that he gets a lot of black unnecessarily in the fandom. I think he's a very misunderstood character. So I like the first Mass Effect fanfiction I ever wrote was Caden's experience at Bot, just because I think that that's the most, he's the most interesting character to me that I can write. I think there's a lot to his character. He has a lot of depth, and there's a lot that the game leaves out that can easily be explored. And I just like answering the questions of what were his thoughts while Shepard was off doing these things, or what was his experience here, what made him to do what he did. Elizabeth became part of that story just because, you know, he needs a Shep.
Yeah.
So that's that. But while playing her, she didn't really come out and say anything to me. The only Shep that's really spoken to me is during LE. I am playing Annalise, which is who I have written about before playing her, which is a different way that I don't normally do. But like in Mass Effect 2, she's basically telling me that she's staying faithful to Caden, which I've never played a Shep that stayed faithful to Caden. But like I've always either romanced Garrus or Thane, and she's just like not feeling either of them. So I'm just like, all right, well, we'll go. We'll go.
Yeah. Gosh, let me think of why.
So we're gonna go faithful to Caden. I'm gonna see what that looks like because I've never gotten the butt shot. So I'm gonna be interested in that. And I think just part of me wants to avoid the cheating line because I don't think it would sit well with her, like as a person.
It's still crappy.
Yeah, I hate that line.
It's one thing too. It goes from like
character form too, like the out of character.
Like,
that's
hey,
a different stream.
I'm
That is a different
suspicious
stream.
of you, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a second, you cheated on me?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my god.
That's a different stream though. Game 2 is later.
Yeah, well, game 3 is going to be that question. But yeah, it's annoying. So I think that I'm just not feeling having to deal with that with her.
Okay, so Mass Effect 1, can we talk about the thing with Liara and Caden? Because, like, why?
Yes.
What do you want to? Oh, yeah, we'll
after
finish up
Sean.
with fine, and then we'll go into Ninja Manzos.
Oh my god.
Okay, so what
I
was the
have a lot-
question? Because I think
The question is, what Shepard of yours first started truly coming alive with more to the story than what was on the screen for you, if it happened at all?
because I don't write fanfic, but I mean I only had one character the whole way through it, and there weren't any changes anywhere through that. So yeah, I mean I love my character all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And that's what made me love this game. And I think, I mean, to this date, is there another game that does that?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Dragon Age?
One character through
One
all.
character.
Oh.
Through the whole thing. I mean,
Never mind.
we're talking about good games. We're not talking about like no trash game. You know.
Theoretically, like Assassin's Creed does it, but you don't really have choices in Assassin's Creed.
Well,
But
yeah.
they really did it.
Like the first couple of games, anyway, you got Desmond.
Right. You
Right.
had the Desmond trilogy or quad.
And then later on with Layla, she's around for a couple of games.
Right.
Yeah,
But
but
that,
that's
but
different,
Assassin's
I
Creed was
think.
more. Assassin's Creed was built more for the fact of we're diving deep into the historical relevance, and we got to find the apple of Eden, and
Yeah, I mean, there's a
The
through line
pineapple.
in Assassin's Creed, but like you don't play as Desmond for the majority of the game. You play
Right.
as his historical ancestors. So like, yeah.
Altair was the best
Yeah.
assassin in my opinion. But other
Thank
people,
you. Oh my god.
some people
So-
love like the other guy. He had like
Everyone loves
7.
Ezio.
He had, like-
Everyone loves Ezio.
Yeah, he had like 7
What?
games.
No.
He was
No,
trash.
Ezio had 3.
I
He had
have
3.
to say Connor.
But he
I
was a
didn't play
good
that one.
He was a good ass assassin.
Because Connor's like he's biracial, so basically.
He's Native American, right? He's Native American.
Yeah, Native
He's
American
half native.
and
half-
Welsh, I believe.
Yeah.
The controls for Assassin's Creed 1 are horrible.
Not at the time. See,
Not at the
that
time.
game was.
But then,
That
but
could be
if you look at it,
the whole another stream.
you
Yeah,
go-
we can
if you
talk
play-
about Assassin's Creed
That's
another
another
way.
series I haven't played and I know absolutely nothing about other than Jesper Kid did the soundtracks and it's beautiful.
So like
Have you
Assassin's
at least seen the movie?
but anyway,
I wanted to see the
back
movie.
to actually kind of
No,
on topic.
one last thing about Assassin's Creed is Assassin's Creed 1 is my favorite because I think they did the best with the environments in 1. I
They're
think
very
they
different.
got, yeah, I think they got a little bit off in the environments as the game went on. Now, granted, Odyssey and Origins are different, and I haven't played
Yeah.
Valhalla yet.
Yeah.
But like, that's like a different class. The Layla stories, I consider them to be a little bit separate than what the original Assassin's Creed was with Desmond and then 4 and 5 and 6. But they just
For Black Flag, like technically you're the protagonist, like because you're supposed to be the one working there. I think.
yeah, you are. Yeah, Black Flag is different, and I like
never
Black
played
Flag
that
a
one
lot. Black Flag is probably
either.
my second favorite. Again, not counting Origins, Odyssey, or Valhalla because they're different.
Right.
That's like definitely my second favorite because I love the pirate lore. Like Elf knows how much I love pirates. It's really cool. They did really well with the pirate lore, and I think being able to like have ship battles was a really cool addition. And
Right,
the
Yeah,
addition
the
of
game I like is Sid Meier's Pirates.
My
That was a great game.
my father-in-law loved Black Flag. He loved
Yeah.
that game.
And the addition
But-
of guns, because guns existed in 3, but guns existed in 3 in a different way. And so like they rebalanced the guns, and having the dart gun I think was a really cool addition. So like 4 was really cool, but like 1, first of all, is the origin, so you have no idea what the fuck is going on. So I think it's a really cool intro into what the universe actually is.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then just recreating the aspects of the Middle East to such an extent where like I played Assassin's Creed like right after I lived in the Middle East, so like doing like just seeing it all, I'm just like, this is exactly like as it is, and it's shocking because like obviously they never been there, so it was just like really cool. So anyway, I'll
Well,
say
the
your
Fallout series is kind of like that too, because in Fallout 3 you're in the Capital Wasteland, which is essentially Maryland, DC,
Yeah, yep.
and Virginia, and then like in New Vegas you're in,
California,
Las Vegas,
basically.
Mojave.
Yeah,
And
that
Yes,
area.
yeah.
California Republic.
and then
Well-
in Fallout 4 you're literally in Boston, and you can go to Wrigley Field and see the Green Monster and whatnot. But
No, you can also go to Maine, and there's a theme park.
Well, I
there
mean,
is, and it feels like going back home just through this really weird filter, because I'm originally from New England, and I know all of it. Cat, what are you doing? Anyway,
But then the Division series did that too. New York and Washington D.C. They did fantastic recreating it. But back to kind of on topic, Assassin's Creed was the closest to saying following the same character, but that's what it was. It's just following the same character to complete the storyline. Mass Effect was the first one, and I think so far the only one that has actually developed the character from game to game to game from your choices
Right.
and
Yeah.
from what you do.
chose. Right.
Exactly.
And then
You
your choices
chose.
continued to follow you. That's
Mhm.
that to me was
and haunt you.
yeah.
That-
I mean, yeah. To me, that was the biggest gameplay like bridge that I mean
Now,
in any game.
Same with Dragon Age, but you got 3 different protagonists.
but
right, like the choices matter in Dragon Age. It's just that you don't develop a specific protagonist character because they change every game. But the choices still definitely matter in your world state. So
now another game that did that with, it's newer than when Mass Effect came out, but it was a different genre. Until Dawn.
Never
but
played.
that's
Brought
the
you-
game that it is.
What's up?
The game was built as a butterfly effect game. Like
Yeah.
it was built on the
It-
fact like what you
So-
did affected everything else.
So when you make your choices while you're going through the story, because it's like so the premise is you're in a therapist office, you're in therapy, and then you play your game, but it's the flashback to actually what happened before, and you're running from serial killers, blah blah blah, and doing all the things. But every time you flash back to the office of the therapist or whoever you're talking to, it changes the scene, changes. And it was another make your choice and your choice has consequences type of game.
Yeah.
That changed the genre. I think it brought it back to what it was, to an actual good horror game that we haven't had in a while.
So let me like one last thing about I guess gameplay before we should get into the plot here, right?
Eventually,
And I am
yeah.
gonna I'm gonna just basically age myself with this, but I don't know if you guys remember like going to the book fair and buying like choose your own adventure books,
Yeah.
where you would read a book and then it would be like, well, do you want to go this way or that way? Go to page 32, and then you
I have plenty of those.
yeah. So that's another thing.
Goosebumps, especially.
I want
Oh yeah,
those.
like yeah, I had one I could
Hold your finger
vividly
on the
remember
page.
it, and it
I
was
didn't actually choose. I didn't actually choose.
right. Yeah, but that was one of those books that they very specifically told you don't read it from end to end, make your choice. So yeah, this has totally reminded me of basically the game and the gameplay. So
Yeah.
anything else on gameplay?
Oh, I need to answer my own question.
Oh yes, please do.
Oh, yes. So, my first character that started really coming alive with filling in the blanks between what you saw on screen was John. I chose the default M-Shep at that point, and like Crimson had said, really, he was just a developer for me to explore certain things with my favorite character, who also happens to be Caden. So John was basically the person that Caden talked to, and the whole reason why they started bonding was they kept finding things in common and whatnot. So yeah, and then John spawned a bunch of other stories and whatnot. But
No, we do.
as for gameplay, the thing about Paragon and Renegade is that depending on what your choices were, depended like on what your interactions were with your crew, because you recruit people to be on your squad and they each have kind of like a specialty. And the interesting thing about game one that you didn't really find in other games is that your character is not the only one that has Paragon and Renegade tendencies. Your squad mates do. Like, Caden is the single most Paragon squad member, closely followed by like half a point with Liara, and then Tally, and then Garrus, and then Ashley, and then Rex is like the most renegade. But the
Love
thing about it
Rex.
is based on what you chose to talk to them about and how you interact with them, you could influence what their scale was. So you could actually turn Caden, who is a very open-minded, non-xenophobic person, into like a space racist at the end of the game if you wanted to. You could actually influence Liara to be more of a hard ass and whatnot in certain situations that call for it, like with the Arachnite Queen and whatnot. And it was very interesting to be able to just shift the power dynamic around. But that also leads into the romance parts, because this is where the 18 plus mature rating comes in, besides the violence.
Besides the violence.
The game mechanics were very limiting at that point, but you were able to you could start a relationship with 3 crew members, essentially. If you were FemShep, you could romance Caden or Liara. If you were M-Shep, you could romance Ashley or Liara. And generally speaking, because of the limited amount of game file and space, if you were nice to a character, well, they qualify that as flirting, even if you weren't trying to. And if you didn't want to romance somebody and you were nice to them, and the only way to get to know them is to talk to them and be nice to them so they give you more information, you inadvertently wound up in a relationship that you might not necessarily want to be in. And that brings it around to if you're femshep, and you're nice to both Caden and Liara, well, they confront you about you have to choose, Commander, me or her. And same thing with MShep. If you're nice to Ashley and Liara, they confront you, me or her. Like, oh,
Like always you? Because like there wasn't supposed to be a her.
what?
But it's also fun because like a lot of the things on the dialogue wheel that I think are really interesting is that what the words or phrases that appear on the dialogue wheel don't necessarily translate to what actually happens in the game.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like that was another one of those weird game mechanic things where like in like the Bethesda Fallout games or like Skyrim and whatnot, you got to choose how you responded, whether it was nicer or more like snippy, snarky, whatever, but you didn't hear your character say it, you just read it, so what was on the screen for those games was exactly what you were going to say. With the dialogue wheel, the options presented are not what your character actually says. It just is basically a nutshelling summary of the basic feeling of the response. So if you're going to be a snarky asshole, it's going to have some snarky, snappy, tiny little one-liner, and then your character says something else, and it's like, oh my god, I am a dick.
Yeah. It's more of a tone indicator than a
Yeah.
Because like there's one, now granted this isn't 2, but it's the same concept where it's the Paragon. No, I think no, it's a Renegade option that says like you bastard, but like it's not that intense. Like you think that the way that it would say it would be like, oh my god, you bastard, but it's just like no, you just say, oh my god, you're being annoying. Like, like
yeah, it's just like
so crazy.
Or it's like, hey, you need to knock it off, and instead it comes out like, hey, you're a piece of shit, you need to knock it off or I punch you. And it's like, what the fuck?
Right.
Oh my god.
Right? Like both of you play nice.
The reason why I brought that up,
get in my way, or stand by me, but I will crush you under my heel. Wow.
The reason why I brought it up specifically with this is because during the Liara and Caden one, I never play MShip, so I never get Ashley. So it might be the same, but I don't think so, because I think Ashley's a bit more open-minded than Caden is, unfortunately. But between the Liara and Caden one, if you just mention the fact of why can't I have both of you, just to be like a silly little like aside or whatever.
Oh my god, he gets so bitchy and he just goes
Caden gets pissed and you don't have a romance with him anymore.
I know.
Oh man.
Because he's Paragon. He doesn't share his romance.
Well, I mean,
he's the only.
Not according to you, according to me, he does.
He does not share his romance.
But yeah, no, literally, even if you just like imply the fact that like you want to like be with both him and Liara, he's like, oh, well, I don't do that, and I guess that just means you love Liara, so like, bye. And you're just like, wait, no.
Reset. Reset.
Yeah. You have to reload. And you're just like, well, fuck that.
Ashley does the same thing.
Does she? Okay.
Yeah, like if you say why not both, then it automatically defaults to Liara, because the human's like, I'm done with you. It's like,
fuck Liara. Oh my god. Okay.
You could very clearly see like she was the developer's favorite. Like they pushed her on you so hard.
They did. She comes off as so thirsty because of it. It's like, oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't appreciate it, but it's okay.
I like her overall story arc because it is very interesting, but I would just like to be able to choose to participate in it instead of having it crammed down my throat.
Well, like, the only thing that bothers me, honestly, is, like, me asking if you're okay. We did this weird mind meld thing, and you went all woozy, which, like, I'm fine. Why are you being all woozy? Like I'm the human, you're the Atari. This doesn't make any sense. You're used to this, I'm not. I'm fine. I love that Renegade thing. Oh, I'm a little woozy. I'm fine.
Right.
Yeah, mighty like, you don't have to do anything. I do all the work. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So then you like talk to her and ask if she's okay, and she takes that as you're flirting with her, and I'm just like, no, I just want to make sure you're not gonna die.
I do like the renegade options with her though, because she goes, "Oh, Commander, are you coming to check up on me?" And then, like, literally, the renegade option is no. It's like, yes!
Yeah, that's fucked
God,
up.
I feel that on a visceral level.
One time when she asks you, like, "Are you coming to check on me?" Like, I think my renegade was like, "No, why would I?" And I was like, "Yeah,
right?
exactly. There you go."
Precisely.
And like asshole.
Yeah, right. And it's just like, I understand it's game limitations, and then you just kind of get shoehorned into it, but it's just like, game one, when you choose Renegade, you're basically just like a dick for pretty much no reason. And it's a lot of snarky one-liners, which are funny. And yeah, you do kind of wind up with a slightly higher body count than if you do Paragon, but it's just like, man. The things that I would consider Renegade and Paragon are things that the game considers the opposite. Like, another gameplay thing, like, if you go Paragon, you get real buddy-buddy with your crew, which, to a layman, sure, being nice to people, that's a very Paragon thing to do. And if you play Renegade, you're very hard-nosed, stick to the line, like, this is a military ship, how dare you? Like, protocol, protocol, protocol. But I'm sitting there just going, but, like, you would think following the rules of a military ship while you're in charge is pretty much, that's a goody two-shoes Paragon
Yeah, that would be the
Captain
Paragon
America,
option.
baby.
breaking the rules and allowing booze on your ship, which you're not supposed to do, I don't think, because you can tell Ashley, get rid of it, you're not supposed to have it. You would think breaking the rules would be more of a renegade thing as opposed to Paragon, but it's just like, I see what they were trying to do, and I reject their reality and substitute my own. So, yeah. There's big problems with their morality system, and they were realizing that when they went through the games. And by the time they got to game 3, they sort of had fixed it okay-ish enough, but it was still like,
Except for Al pointed out the other day, and I think it's really funny that like it should have been completely Renegade if you deplete every planet in Planet.
right? Yeah, that's another thing. And, yeah, there's so many other things in the other 2 games that I want to talk about, but I'm not going to because this is game 1.
Yeah.
Well,
So
wasn't
do you
the
want to get into
morality system based off what your decisions and dialogue will made, not your outside actions?
no. Well, yes and no, because like you can choose to shoot people and shit, but you choose that via dialogue options, so I guess. But no, but also like there are certain side quests. Like there's one where you're supposed to save a bunch of scientists and then you can kill them all, and that would get you renegade points instead of saving them. Same with the Pharos mission, where you can shoot the colonists as opposed to knocking them out with the anti-thorium gas or meleeing them, and that would get you renegade points. So it's not 100% just dialogue.
Yeah, like there is a fair amount of combat in there, and some of those fights are just
Brutal.
yes.
Because of the goddamn cover system.
Oh my god.
Except for now I'm used to snapping to cover in ME1, and so in ME2 you don't snap to cover anymore.
You have to hit a button that's like, no,
And it's so annoying, and then you jump over it by accident.
Yeah, and get blasted.
Talk about the differences between the galaxy map in 1 and 2, because that switching between the X button to exit out of the game and the B button to exit out of the map instead of just zooming out, it fucks me over every time. And then they changed it again in the Legendary, so I'm just like, I see what you're trying to do there to make it consistent, but don't you understand now you have completely fucked up my brain completely.
But also the inaccurate as far as like dextro and stuff, like that still gets me.
Well, yeah. We're not, lore issues are lore issues. We're not going to necessarily get into that.
Yeah, let's not talk about their timeline continuity either, because holy cow, is it squishy?
Yeah,
It does not make any fucking sense. But we just overlook it, and that's why we write fanfiction, to fix it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to get into plot?
I suppose. Who wants to do it?
I mean, if you
Yeah,
don't
we
know
can
what the
talk about
plot
other
is, the
stuff.
Mass Effect, you're kind of late to the game anyway, right? But yeah, let's go over it.
Yeah, and we can also talk
There's a
about like
plot?
things as we're talking about plot.
No, stealth. It's just a dating sim.
Right.
Monsters and aliens and all that stuff, you know.
You get to shoot some people sometimes.
And if you play your cards right, you actually get to have sex with one of
What?
You get
I thought Shepard was on a mission to, repopulate the solar system, the
Shep
galaxy.
would be
them.
also, but like
I don't know.
his first name, if he was male, M Shep, it'd be like Kirk, like Commander Kirk Shepard, as in like Captain Kirk. You know,
absolutely.
the captain.
It's
I mean,
kind of a misnomer, though. Like, Captain Kirk, he's been painted as a womanizer, but he really kind of isn't.
But you know what? He had sex with her. It didn't matter if you had purple skin
Yes.
and three
I know.
antennas
Yeah,
popping
yeah,
out your
yeah.
head. He
No,
still
he
won't
absolutely
mention
is.
you.
In the original series, he's 100% a womanizer. Every episode, essentially, he like flirts with a woman.
Just
Flirt,
like
but
M
does he
Shep.
sleep? But yeah.
And sometimes he come to Bone Town.
What'd you say?
I said, and sometimes he took him to Bone Town.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Not always. But, like
Not
sometimes.
always. So, plot, who wants to take it away? Or is
You
it
don't
me?
want to talk about the plot?
Sean wanted to talk about the plot.
Okay, I guess I could talk about the plot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do it.
okay.
Sweet.
Do it, Elf Daddy.
Okay, so like your introduction to everything is basically Joker and Caden like arguing over what's going on because there's a Spectre on your ship and everything is going weird. And they're like, we don't bring Spectres on shakedown runs. Like it's serious.
Yeah. So start out, I guess, is you start out with a cutscene of Counselor Udina, who's the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, and Captain Anderson, who's just a captain in the military, talking about Shepard. And that's the first time that you find your choices actually matter, because depending on what your background and psychological profile you choose, depends on what that conversation looks like. So like they'll be like, yes, Shepard, the hero of Elysium, or Shepard was the butcher of Torfing. Can we really trust them to get the job done? And obviously they'll do like the right pronouns depending on if you're M Shep or Fem Shep. And then it cuts to my favorite opening scene of a game, where there's a random officer walking down the corridor of a ship, and they are talking about getting ready, and then you hear Joker talking about how all systems are go, everything's green, they're approaching the mass relay, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Before you
Opening scene is big info dump.
Yeah, I was like, but before you even get to that, there's a screen with text, because it's a video game, so why wouldn't there be a screen of text that tells you about the history of how or and what Mass Effect is. So Mass Effect is a effect, quote unquote, that lowers and or raises the mass of an object to allow different things to happen. And what allows
element EZO. Element
Right.
0.
and what allows the technology to be able to do this is that the tech is powered by EZO, aka Element 0, which can be found in rare spaces throughout the galaxy. What was I gonna say? Oh, and then you also find out in 2148. Yes,
Archives on Mars.
2148, not 2147, right? I believe it's 2148. Yeah, so we go to Mars and we found archives, and the archives are from a race called the Protheans, which disappeared 50,000 years ago, but they were super advanced technologically. They built these mass relays and they built the Citadel. The Citadel is the seat of the galactic government, and the mass relays are what allow you to jump from one part of the galaxy to the other part of the galaxy almost instantaneously. And the Prothean archives on Mars allowed humanity to adopt mass effect technology into their spaceships, allowing them to utilize the mass relays and basically achieving greater than faster than light travel. Like we have faster than light travel, and then we have like super fast travel. And also gave us special weapons and things. So basically jumped technology forward by leaps and bounds in what would have taken centuries in just a matter of decades. They found out that Pluto has a moon. I mean, we know Pluto has a moon. But instead of it being a moon, it was actually a mass relay
That was
was encased in ice.
Yeah.
So we realized that, hey, this will let us travel to other places within the galaxy. They figured out how it works. I guess it just like works. I don't know. Maybe the archives helped. They never really fill that in. And yeah, exactly. They stabilized Pluto's orbit, so Pluto is no longer in an elliptical orbit; it's now in a circular one. And humanity formed the Systems Alliance. The Systems Alliance is their galactic military and political branch. So there's a Systems Alliance government, which is stationed out on Arcturus Station. Arcturus is based by the Charon Relay, which is a relay by Pluto. And so that's like our spatial governments. And then there is the military. And the military bounced through the mass relays. Mass relays maybe connect to one-to-one, maybe don't. That's a lore thing that has changed throughout the gamings, depending on what the writers at the time needed.
Yeah.
But we
it's plot armor.
Yeah. So they jump from one relay to the other. Humanity did that for a while and didn't see anybody, and so they were like, maybe we're the only ones out here, until they ran into another race called the Tyrians. The Tyrians fought humanity, and basically were like, you're a kid, let's like not let you do this. It was a war.
Yeah, here's contact.
Yeah. There's the war on the humanities side. On the Turian side, it was an incident. The Turians are the military space force, essentially, for the galactic government.
And Spiritus is a dick.
Spiritus is such a fucking dick. I hate him. If I could punch him, I would totally punch him. They...
He's almost really harsh, yeah.
Yeah, I hate him. So... Tyrians are military. The government of the council is the government of the Galactic Alliance area, not the Humanities Alliance, but like the whole Citadel space. They realized how technologically advanced humanities military is, how much prowess they have, so they brokered a peace treaty fairly quickly between humanity and the Tyrians and said, welcome to the galaxy. And that's basically, like, the first Contact War stuff is a little bit later in the game, but that paragraph is essentially the info dump that you get in the beginning of the game about, like, the mass relays and the technology and all of that stuff. So, yeah. And then you show up to Kaden. And Kaden and Joker, and they are talking about a Spectre. Now, Spectres are the hand of the council that act outside the law. They are their shadow organization. They do things that the council doesn't want to know, so the council can have plausible deniability. So there is a Turian Spectre on board the ship, and that is essentially what Joker and Kaden are talking about why there is a Spectre on board their ship. Joker's like, this means something weird is going on. Kaden was like, well, this is a joint operation between Turians and humanity to build the specific prototype ship. So maybe they just want to protect their investment.
And what ship was that called again?
So you find out
Normandy.
that you're on the Normandy.
The N7.
You are an N7 soldier, and you are the personnel officer to Captain Anderson.
Yeah. So you're on the Normandy SR-1. It's a stealth frigate, so what makes it so unique is that it has a Tantalus core drive. That means it can go very fast, very quickly, but it also has stealth shielding, which means that it vents its heat in a particular way that it would not, well, it can actually store its heat for a long time and then vent it later, so it can maintain
Stealth.
from sensors. It's not like it makes it invisible like in the Star Trek universe where like it actually cloaks it and refracts light. Like if you look out a window, you will see the ship there even if it won't be able to be picked up on sensors, so it makes it invisible to sensors.
Because it's very
And
hard to get the visual confirmation in open space.
right, because you
In
can
general.
be anywhere, honestly.
Yeah.
And then if you're fighting Geth don't have windows.
That's no weakness.
Don't have
Um,
windows.
you find out that you are Shepard. Shepard is a special forces officer called an N7. N7.
Right, that's where you see the good old N7 everywhere, guys.
Uh-huh.
N designation in the Alliance military is specifically special forces. There are designations 1 through 7. It is a special nope.
Interplanetary combat.
There you go. I wanted to say intergalactic, and I'm like, that's not right.
Intergalactic planetary.
Yeah.
That's where my mind went too. Keep going.
Yeah, so Interplanetary Combatives Training is the Special Forces school. It's located in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And you to go through a shit ton of training that is never filled out by the writers or the devs, so there's a lot of fanon about that, what end training actually means, but very rare people get to be N7, which is why they're the only classification of special forces that are allowed to have that designation on their equipment, aka their armor and their weapons.
Okay, make them a target by painting a bright red spot on their arm and their chest.
But I mean, imagine somebody coming at you with their chest puffed out, like I'm an N5. What are you?
N7, bitch.
You're like, I'm an N7. It's on my armor.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
I don't know, what am I? Like,
Right.
there is varying lore about what it takes to become an N7s that the devs also changed from one game to the next.
It pisses me off so much because I'm like,
I know.
consistency! My kingdom for consistency!
Yeah. But just needless to say, Shepard is very well trained as a special forces operative. They realize that very quick. Oh, and Shepard is also Anderson's XO for the Normandy, as Potion said. You quickly realize that it's not a strict shakedown mission. Anderson and the Turi inspector, whose name is Nihilus, talk to you and as Shepard and say, hey, we're actually going to Eden Prime, which is a human colony, to pick up a Prothean beacon. I told you who Protheans were. They said this could be like the archives that we found on Mars. Who knows what the beacon has inside of it, but it could have weapons, schematics, it could have, or just archaeological information on who the Protheans are. This is very important, so it's very important to us that we secure it. So that is the mission. You also find out at this point that the reason why Nihilus is there is because they're considering Shepard to be the first human Spectre. So how you become a Spectre is you get shadowed for a couple of missions, and then the Spectre basically says yay or nay to whether the person that they shadowed is good enough to become a Spectre as well. So
Kind of like a mentor.
Yeah, like
so as you're
on-the-job training or field training, or what? Field officers training.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little
field
bit.
officers training. It's kind of just like they go on missions together, and it's the Spectre's prerogative, I believe, on if they like actually help and train, or if they just kind of sit back and observe and just do the thing to evaluate. So.
Right, because Nihilus is supposed to evaluate Shepard, and it goes off on his own. So, like...
Right, I'm just like, I mean, narratively for the game, I understand why they did it, but again, it's a stupid reason, so I choose to ignore it.
Yeah, it's just like, why? Why are you're supposed to be watching this person, and yet...
Plot demands it. He's wearing the literal opposite of plot armor, too, which makes me so sad, because he's such a cool fucking character, and we have him for like 10 minutes.
No, right? Nihilus had such a beautiful sunflower seed face.
I know. I know.
So textured, so green-eyed, so dead. Spoilers.
So, spoiler alert a little bit, but yes. So, in the middle of this briefing, you get the idea that, or you don't get the idea, you get interrupted by Joker, and Joker is saying, oh my God, we're getting a distress signal from Eden Prime, and you're like, patch it through. And so you see, the colony. You
Right.
see the colony of Eden Prime getting destroyed by Geth. And
Giant space squid too.
Geth are a race of artificially intelligent machines. You find out later that they were made by another race called the Quarians, to basically be their robot servants. Eventually, you find out in game 3 what happens, but there is an uprising. In game 1, you find out that there's an uprising of the Geth against the Quarians. The Geth basically ran the Quarians off their homeworld. The Quarians are now migrants, so they live in a migrant fleet full of ships,
Called the flotilla.
and on a flotilla.
I'm just gonna say they kind of deserved it.
Yes, they
Yes.
did. But you don't find that out in game 1. You don't find out that they deserve it until game 3.
You can kind of still needle her about it. One of the renegade options is you guys got everything you deserve, and I love taking that one. So I was like, yeah.
Can't be mean to Tally. She's so sweet.
Bullying her, but at the same time, I'm sitting here like, hey, you know, you guys really got what was coming to you, man.
Yeah.
They did.
So that uprising happened 300 years ago. So the Geth have taken over Quarian space. They live in a place called Rannoch, and inside the Perseus Vale. And the Quarians are migrants. So this is the first time the Geth have been seen outside the Perseus Vale in 300 years. So everyone's like, the fuck? It's a Geth? What is happening?
About these in history books.
So the Geth are attacking Eden Prime. So Shepard gets assigned to the ground team with Caden, and who's the Marine detail leader, and L. Jenkins.
Richard L.
Jenkins.
Richard L. Jenkins, that's right.
Because Richard sounds like Red Shirt, and if that isn't foreshadowing, I don't know what is.
Wow.
Who is a very, very excited lieutenant too, I think.
And he's from Eden Prime.
That's true. Yes, he is from Eden Prime.
He tells you it's beautiful, idyllic, and he ultimately left because it's so boring.
Right. Nothing happens there.
Nothing ever happens there. It's paradise.
So he's very excited to go on mission. So the three of you land on Eden Prime. Nihilus is with you. Nihilus says, "I'm faster on my own." And so he jumps.
Telling me to evaluate me, but okay.
It's okay. So he jumps off the shuttle ahead of time and is like, "I'll meet you at the rendezvous point." Yeah. So you're on your own, and so then you have your introductory mission that teaches you all the different controls and everything.
Tutorial,
Yeah. But what's really fun is that if all of y'all are familiar with the World of Warcraft Leroy Jenkins moment, Richard L. Jenkins is very much a homage to Leroy Jenkins because he takes point, he rushes ahead, and he dies.
And the silliest.
So Rip Jenkins.
This guy's a loser.
Well,
and then
just one little thing. One of the interesting things about the gameplay with Jenkins is that as soon as you drop boots on Eden Prime, it recommends that you spend your first skill points. So you can choose your skill points, and then you can choose your squads. Like, you can tell them what their specialty is going to be based on what you think your gameplay is going to be. And you've got points for Shepard, you've got points for Caden, and you've got points for Jenkins. So I thought that was a cute little misleading thing, but they gave it away in the 9th hour when, if you go into the equipment page, you can take off Shepard's helmet for dialogue and whatnot. You can take off Caden's helmet for dialogue and whatnot, and you literally cannot remove Jenkins. You can put points in, but you can't remove his helmet, and it's just like,
you know,
why can't I do that?
Thing,
I did not know that.
But the fact that they give me the option to take Tally's helmet off, but they won't let me, is frustrating as hell.
Right?
Yeah. They just didn't want to code his face.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? He's not going to be around that long anyway, so.
Which is precisely why they didn't. They needed to save resources, and that's one of the ways they did it, because they're just like, it's literally the tutorial. You don't technically have any equipment that you can dole out until you do the New Game Plus. So,
Right.
yeah,
And you
so
get
it's like,
on Eden Prime, but not until after he dies.
yeah, and then like, if you're playing New Game Plus, you already kind of know the big secret about it. Like, he literally doesn't last 5 seconds. Just.
He's the Benjamin Carmine
He's like,
of
"Oh, I'm
Gears 5.
I-
Or
This
Gears.
mission, him action. Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yep. So he dies, and then you run into your second human companion, who is Ashley Williams. She is a gunnery chief. She was assigned to protect Eden Prime. All of her squad gets killed. She's the only one left. So you save her butt, and then you say, "Come join us." And so you get your actual third, or second squad mate, actual third person.
But also, she gives the fuck out of you for not getting there in time. Like, I wish you would have got there sooner. Like,
Well, yeah, about that.
Right.
Yeah, so then you play the mission, and then there's a cutscene where Nihilus, because he like talks to you a bit throughout the beacon. You go to the beacon dig site. The beacon dig site's been moved, or the beacon's been moved. The dig site's still there. You find it's been moved to the docks, so you're like, okay.
He'll meet you at the spaceport.
Yes, so Nihilus is talking to you.
Lot of dead bodies, Shepard.
And then you go to the cutscene, and the cutscene shows the appearance of another Turian Spectre named Saren Arterius?
Arterius, yeah.
Arterius.
Yeah.
So that's where I was getting like confused. I didn't want to say anything till then. I was like, but that doesn't sound like that other guy. Oh, because Nihilus is not that other guy. Saren.
Because Nihilus is not Saren. Yeah.
Right. I just was like, that didn't, because I hadn't played in a long time. I was like, that wasn't his name. Okay.
You're like, was it?
Right.
No.
Right. I didn't want to say anything until you brought it. I was like, no, okay, that's the guy. That's the guy. That's who I'm looking for. Okay.
Yeah. So Saren shows up. Nihilus is like, Saren, what the fuck? What are you doing here? This is my mission. And Saren's like, the council sent me because they said that you needed extra help. And Nihilus is like, what?
That's not suspicious at all.
No, he's like, how the fuck does the council know about the Geth? Whatever. And turns his back on Saren, and then Saren shoots him back.
Right. That was the worst.
Yeah, it's just like, man, we got robbed of such a cool character because he actually has history with another character you meet in game 2, which I think was such a missed opportunity.
Oh yeah, and also like conveniently, everybody that was there is like gone or dead, except for the one guy who's like taking a nap behind the crates. He's like, I saw everything, man.
Right.
I love the guy taking the nap behind the crates.
Howell, I think his name is.
I think, yeah. So yeah, you get some more lore information and everything that's going on. Actually, one of the really fun things is you actually run into 2 scientists that have locked themselves into an office trailer, and there's a crazy guy, but the crazy guy actually tells you the plot of the game. Actually, the plot of the trilogy, but really, like, actually tells you the plot of the game about all this crazy stuff that's about to happen. And the other scientist is like, don't mind him. He's like has anxiety in his office meds at the moment. And you're just like, okay, but then, like, after you play the game and you listen to that again, you're just like, oh, he's like telling me what's happening, like in the entire game.
He's a prophet.
Yeah, which
I'm
is
gonna call him Chuck instead of Manuel.
Do it,
Chuck.
So Nihilus is dead. Rip Nihilus.
Right.
Then
So
you.
Sad face. I was like,
That means Eritus is like one of the only other sunflower-faced Turians, and I don't like him because he's a jerk.
Yeah. So then you quickly realize that Saren is working with the Geth. Saren sets up the Geth to blow up the spaceport because he has gotten the information that he needs from the beacon. So he's like, go ahead and blow it up. We don't need it anymore. And leaves on Sovereign, which is his spaceship. It's a giant, like, weird squid-looking thing.
According to Joker, it defies the laws of physics, which it does.
Yeah.
Like, it absolutely does.
Yeah. And then you, of course, defuse the bomb. You defeat the guests that are at the spaceport, and then you're just like, all right, we got the beacon secured. Good. So, so you call for extraction to Joker. You're just like, Joker, we're ready to go. We got the beacon. Caden gets a little too curious. Is it always Caden?
If you're FemShep, yes.
Yeah,
If you're
If
MShep,
it's
it's
Caden, if you're
Ashley.
MShep, it's Ashley. Okay, that's what I thought. But
They usually go the opposite gender.
Before I said that, I didn't want to be like, wait, because I think it's Ashley if it's MShep, but I wasn't sure. So yeah,
Actually, it's more annoying because it's like, come on, I just picked you up. I don't even want you on my crew, and now you're being a pain in the ass.
yeah.
That sounds like a
depending on-
Paragon move or a Renegade move.
Yeah, so depending on
Okay.
which shepherd gender you pick, the one of the opposite gender will head towards the beacon and look at it and be like,
Get sucked
Oh,
into the
"What is
gravitational
this?"
pull.
and then activates the beacon. Gets pulled by the beacon. Shepherd it looks and is like, oh shit, and pushes the human person away, and then gets caught in the beacon, and you get this weird, strange red cutscene of like a bunch of flashing images, and you basically get a vision as Shepherd. And then they yell at you, and then you pass out, and then you wake up, and you're back on the Normandy.
They had to carry you back, and you were out for 15 hours.
Yep. You realize you got a vision. You think it showed the destruction of the Protheans, but you're not exactly sure. And then you realize that in the process of getting the vision, the beacon has exploded. So theoretically, you failed your mission because you have not acquired the beacon.
And a Spectre died.
And the Spectre died. So,
And the colony was completely razed to the ground.
Yeah, but the council doesn't care about that.
It's
So you go to the
Priorities.
Citadel. Yeah. So Anderson's like, we're gonna go to the Citadel. We're gonna have to report to the council because Nyla's died. Also, what the fuck, Saren? And you get to go to the Citadel and see this really pretty Presidium with waterfalls and white and everything, and it's really cool. And you get a bunch of side quests there. But
and stuff, yeah.
yeah, but the main thing is you go and you meet the council, and you realize that the council is made up of 3 races. They're made up of the Terrians, which you've already met. They're made up of the Asari, which are monogendered, so they all present female. That's who Liara is that we were talking about earlier. And they are all biotic, so they all have those special space magic powers. They're the oldest spacefaring race of this cycle, and they were the first ones to find the Citadel, so they were considered, and they're long-lived. They live 1,000+ years, so they're considered to be the diplomatic, calm, beautiful people of the galaxy.
Of the races.
They're also the wealthiest race out there.
Yeah. And then the third are the Solarians. The Solarians are very smart. They are also very quick. They seem to have been evolved from toads. They are very similar in kind of their physiology. Solarians live only about 50 or 60 years, I believe.
40 is old.
40?
Morden's getting up there. It's like,
the only thing is that I heard the one guy on Ilium being I'm 32, no one's gonna breed with me, but I guess it makes sense if they live to 40 or 50. Yeah. But anyway, they're very fast. What was it?
I was just gonna add in. I was reading somewhere actually that Morden's 50, which is really old. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
It's why his fate never really bothers me, because
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I never thought about it. I was just like, this is sad. Now I guess he's kind of old, so he probably wouldn't live too long anyway.
exactly. So Solarians are the technologically and scientifically minded people of the galaxy.
And they probably have ADHD, so
Yeah,
the way
so
they
you have
talk, he's like, blah, 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 blah.
So you have the Turians who are the military, the Asari who are the political ones, diplomatic, and arts and culture, and then the Solarians who are the STEM-minded people. And the three of them make up the council that controls basically all of Citadel space. Now there is a lot of space in the Milky Way that is outside of Citadel space, but Citadel space is pretty much one quadrant of the galaxy.
Yeah.
So you meet them, you tell them what happens, you tell them that Saren kills Nihilus because the guy that's sleeping behind the boxes saw it and is like, blah, blah, blah. You basically get told to shove off by the council, because
Saren is our top agent.
yeah,
Right.
why would they believe
So?
you instead of Saren? Because of course Saren's there via video chat, and he denies everything. Of course, you find out that Anderson actually had a history with Saren, so so Udina, who is the human ambassador, says, "I shouldn't have brought you because we knew you have terrible history." You find out that the history is that Anderson was a Spectre candidate and Saren was his mentor. Which begs the question also how old Saren is. But that's
Saren
okay.
is in his mid-40s. Like this
He
isn't
wasn't
like
young when unless Anderson's younger than he seems. as well.
a lot of the characters in Mass Effect are younger than they seem. Like Hackett's in his 50s. Zaid is actually in his 40s, which I hate his timeline because it literally doesn't make sense. If he was one of the founding members of the Blue Sun, he had to be like 17 or 18 when he fucking started it, and that just makes no fucking sense. Oh,
I know.
mad.
It doesn't make any sense. But
It really doesn't. But in the comic books, you find out, this is a sidebar thing, that Saren was one of the youngest Spectres ever, and he's one of their top agents. And his brother Decius was a pretty high up there general with the Turian hierarchy and their military. And what Decius had done was he had found, they called it monolith, which was Prothean technology, and it gave him a vision, and he wanted to convert all the Turians to uplift them and ascend to what they should be. And there was a merc group with Jack Harper and Ava Corey and another guy named Ben. I forget what his last name is. But they were a mercenary group that was contracted by the Alliance to go figure out what the Turians were up to. So Jack and company wound up finding the monolith, and they discovered that Decius somehow was this weird type of brainwash. Funny that, and these Turians that worshipped at the monolith, they went into a temple and they came out altered and changed and kind of gray with tubing and glowing eyes and whatnot. And as it goes on, Decius does not like being spied on by humans, put it that way. And they actually bring him back to Palaven. And Decius is trying to move the monolith to the Turian capital on Palaven, and Saren is Decius' younger brother, and he's like, I don't think that's a good idea. Like, this isn't the way, this isn't natural. And Ben winds up getting captured, and he is brought to Palaven as a prisoner, and Jack and Ava have to go rescue him. And they come across Ben and the monolith before I think it actually gets to Palaven or something like that. And Ben technically is the first Husk because he's been altered. He's gray. He's got the blue and blue eyes.
I was just gonna say. That reminds me of like the very first scene.
Yep. So Saren has to make a very harsh choice because Decius has gone pretty much batshit insane. Like, he wants to alter all of the Turians, and Saren's like, that's not right. So Saren basically calls in a nuclear airstrike on his brother, obliterates where they are, and takes, like, Ben is killed because of that. I think Ava's killed on the way, and Jack winds up escaping. And if you know anything about the lore in the next two games, you know pretty what happens in that regard. But yeah, so Saren had to make some pretty harsh choices real early on, and he's known for getting things done no matter the cost
Even if
for the
it's his
greater
own
good of the
brother.
galaxy.
Right.
They did. So that's
anyway,
yeah.
so Saren can be very young, if Anderson was a younger candidate. But anyway, so Anderson was a candidate along the lines of what she just described. Anderson describes the mission that they were supposed to rescue people, infiltrate something, do something. I don't really pay attention to this because it's just at the end of.
I've played the game in so long. There
Yeah,
are some of those details that I'm
I
listening to
literally
the
just
story.
played it, but I just don't remember it. But the idea is that they had a mission that they were supposed to. I think they were supposed to shut down like a weapons production, like for Mercs or something, facility, and the idea was to like kill the Mercs or shut down the facility, but not. There were a bunch of other people that were just workers and not involved in the shady operation. And Anderson was like, well, we can shut it down this one way. And Saren's like, no, it's easier to just kill them all.
Right.
So they end up exploding the facility and killing everybody involved. And that was mass casualties, essentially. And Saren ends up blaming Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he blames Anderson for it, saying that Anderson blew their cover, so they had to make a quick getaway. Which is thanks to Raid Elf Daddy.
Woohoo! Elf Daddy.
Daddy.
So yeah, so that's the whole point, is that Saren basically gets anything done at all costs, because he blamed Anderson. Anderson obviously wasn't allowed to become a Spectre, and yeah. So they have a bad history. The council thinks that bad history is what makes Anderson against Saren and blaming Saren for what happened with the beacon on Eden Prime and with Nihilus. So blah 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 blah. Then you get options of the next two people to recruit, because basically your job is to find out more information, more hard evidence about what Saren has done, so the council can revoke his Spectre status. You can either recruit Rex, who is a Krogan, a mercenary, who I forget what he has information
about Fist.
About Fist, but why do you know to go to Fist?
Because
tells you.
You see Barlavon. That's what it is. So you go to see Barlavon, which is he's an information banker, essentially a trader, and that's where you find another species. So Barlavon is a Volus. Boluses. The Volus
The conflict.
are tiny, round creatures
They
that
look
have
a
to
little
be.
pudgy, and they got gas masks on.
Well, they have to
be
be
in
in
pressurized suits because their home planet is
It's a high pressurized environment.
And they're ammonia based, so they literally, like, you puncture their suit, they explode.
Yeah.
That's a high internal pressure.
Damn.
Yeah. Yep.
So they have to, in order to live in the gravity environment that is suitable to Turians and Asari and Solarians, who were the first to find the Citadel. So obviously it's made after them, or it's made to accommodate them. The Volus have to be in these high pressurized suits, and so they're basically like Darth Vader. So they have a lot of like breathing sounds. So you meet Barlavon. You get told by that Barlavon is an agent for the Shadow Broker. The Shadow Broker is somebody who has information on everything. So he has they don't know. Nobody knows who the Shadow Broker is. They don't even know if it's just one person. It could be a conglomerate of people.
Yeah, like a network.
Right. But they just have their hands in everything, and basically they trade on information and favors for favors. And Fist betrayed the Shadow Broker to Saren.
Mhm.
And because of that, the Shadow Broker wants Fist dead.
And
So-
then hires Rex.
And hires Rex to do it. So Barlavon says, well, you can go talk to this guy and see if he'll let you like talk to Fist before killing him or whatever. The other option that you get to pursue is when you're actually, before you walk into the council chamber meeting, you see these two Turians talking to one another. And you find that one is the head of CSEC. CSEC is the Citadel security, so they're the police force for the Citadel. And the other one is an officer of CSEC, whose name is Garrus Vicarian. Garrus is an investigative detective, essentially. He is investigating Saren, investigating what went on. Can't find any hard evidence. So the head of CSEC basically tells him to drop it because it's too late. There's no more reason to go on about this investigation. And Garrus is like, give me more time. So they suggest also seeking him out and seeing what he knows or what leads he may possibly have. And you, upon exploration, you also meet two other species in the galaxy. One are the Elcor. The Elcor are giant elephant-like creatures. They communicate by pheromones, so they talk in a very interesting way. Mainly, anybody else besides other Elcor can't pick up the pheromones, which lets other people know the tone of their voice.
Is this
So
the
they
one that looks like a squid?
No,
that's the
this is
Hanar.
one that looks like the elephant.
Okay.
Without the trunk. It has a vagina face.
It has a little squid face. It's like a little like weird face.
Okay.
And it's the one that talks with adjectives in the beginning. So it's like sympathetic,
Resignedly. Hello.
Yeah. or
Yeah.
furiously, or
Okay.
How dare you do that?
because so they talk in a monotone
Baby.
because their voices don't have the range to allow them to have different inflections. They change their inflections by their pheromones, but since other species can't pick up their pheromones, they've learned to speak adjectives before their sentences so people can understand what their tone is.
Got it.
So it's like
I
most
have a stuffed one that talks.
most surprised. How are you today? Inquisitively. Are you
Right.
well?
Right. Okay. Right.
Yeah. And then the second species that you meet besides the Elcor is the Hanar, and the Hanar are the jellyfish
Okay.
species. Yeah, so they are pink
Yep.
and jellyfish-like and
And they talk.
adorable,
Right.
and they talk very strangely too. They don't use names really. They refer to themselves as this one. So this one likes this. This one wonders
This one
this.
feels like a flower.
Right. And they have two names. They have a true name and they have a face name. So the face name is a name that they'll give somebody else if somebody else inquires, but they normally don't talk about it. And the true name is something that only their closest associates or friends or family would know about because that's their actual true name.
A personal
And-
thing.
Yeah, and the really cool thing about them, or the very notable thing about them, besides just looking like jellyfish, is they worship the Protheans. They believe the Protheans are called the Enkindlers and are basically the creators of all life on the galaxy. Which further information comes in Game 3 that probably holds true for the Hanar, that the Protheans actually probably did give the Hanar
Life.
life.
Taught
but-
them how to speak and gave them written word and
Mhm.
taught them how to be polite because that is a huge thing. You do not be rude to a Hanar. Ooh.
Or else Blasto will blast you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you find by running around the Citadel. A lot of other side quests and stuff. The last thing that's super plot important that you find are there's a side quest about you scanning the Keepers. The Keepers are weird, multi-legged, like
Like
six-legged.
spider. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
spider
kind of like giant cricket praying mantis like things that are completely
mantis,
benign.
Yeah.
And they just fix stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't speak. It's against the law to interfere with them.
I
And
hate that plot hole. Jim, just I submit before the council. I fucking hate that plot hole.
and the idea is that nobody knows how the Citadel runs. That the
Right.
keepers are the only ones that understand how the Citadel actually functions. So they're the ones that take care of things like electricity and plumbing and water purification and everything like that. Um, there's also a line in Mass Effect 2 which basically makes you think that dead bodies become food.
That they're put into protein vats, waste not. There's recycling for organic matter.
Right, right. So
Mm.
yeah. So that's the other thing. So there are these just weird, crazy things that are running around maintaining the Citadel. Nobody knows who they are or where they came from, but they came with the Citadel, so everyone else is like, it's fine, it's working because of them, so we'll just let them be.
Well, one of
Um,
the things that they do know is anybody who tries to get close to them, they self-destruct. So you cannot get close to them. So they made it a law. Don't don't mess with the keepers because if you do. But then again, anytime one self-destructs, another one seems to come out of who knows where.
Right.
that
So
protein,
yeah,
That's nice.
that's
Yeah.
They come out of the Chupari machine.
they do.
How about a nice refreshing Paragade?
I love that.
Great.
I listened to
so
the
much-
whole thing for the first time.
Really? Oh, good.
It was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer the Paracade.
Don't you want
Chupari thing by the warehouse?
refreshing Paragade? Yes, actually, I do. Thank you. Um,
The only
so
reason
so you find Garrus. Garrus basically, I don't know. I didn't do Garrus's mission this last time because I went to Rex first, and that fucks it up. So I forget what he tells you.
They basically tell you the same thing. So it doesn't matter which path you take, whether you do Garrus first or Rex first. If
Except you
you
don't have to save Dr. Michelle if you do Rex first.
and you don't have to talk to Harkin if you do Rex first either. Like Harkin
Right.
points you in the direction of Garrus, and then you go to the medical clinic, and then you see that there's a doctor being held hostage because she had information about a patient of hers, and then she tells you there's a Quarian that had.
Oh, they both tell you about that. Okay.
Yep. So that's how you find about Tally on Garrus's end, and then no matter what, like you then have to go talk to Fist, or if you do Rex first, he tells you about being contracted to kill Fist, and you know you then go talk to Fist, and Fist will tell you that well, there's this Quarian that Saren's after because she has a piece of information that's piece of evidence that's pretty damning. And so Tally went to Fisk because he was a information broker agent, but she didn't know that Fisk had defected to Saren, and she asked for a face-to-face meeting with the shadow broker to provide like assurance. And Fisk said, "Yeah, sure, okay." But if you've already talked to Bar Levon, you know that nobody ever talks to the shadow broker. Nobody knows who they are, or if it's one entity or many. And then Fist basically says, yeah, I set up a meeting with the shadow broker, but really it's an assassin squad from Saren.
Right. The ambush.
So an ambush, yeah. So then you're on a timed mission to go find the Quarian. And that's how you meet your last squaddy.
Then if you don't find, well, no, that's not your last squatty.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
The last squatty on the Citadel.
Yeah. So if you don't, I don't know what happens if you don't. Is it game over if you don't get to her in time?
It's critical mission fail, and then you start at the
all
beginning.
over.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
like,
never
you're
not
not
gotten
allowed
in
to
time.
fail.
Okay, because I
So
wasn't
you
sure.
just have to keep going until you actually are able to save.
So, funny story. The first I did MU1 weird this playthrough because I was looking at all the different textures and like all the improvements in a Legendary Edition. So I did Rex first, and I don't normally do that. I don't normally don't go to CSEC until much later.
Right.
So I talked to Rex, but I didn't bring Rex with me to Fist.
Oh,
So
neat. So
I-
Fist survived?
So Fist arrived. I
Yeah.
thought Rex always killed him. I didn't realize that you had to bring him with you to kill him. So yeah, so Fist survived, and I was like, wait, what? Oh, okay. And then he shows up on Omega, and I was just like, what?
Yeah,
What are you doing
he's
here?
not happy to see you either.
No, he is not. Yeah, so I've never not brought Rex to me and with me, and I've never had Fist survive until this playthrough. So it was kind of interesting.
Is that
No,
something you
it's
think
a
they
little-
added to this?
No, I just
Okay.
never
No.
did it.
So one of the fun things is if you're Renegade, you can kill Fist yourself if you don't actually take Rex with you. And if you haven't met Rex before you kill Fist, when you do meet him, he gives you the bounty money.
Money. I heard
Because
that.
he's just like, here, you did the job, you get the money. It's just like, okay, thanks.
Thanks.
You wanna come? Because
Enjoy my
Rex-
squad.
Rex
no, I do
also
know
points
that.
out he's got some beef with Saren himself, so.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, so you keep Tally from dying. You find out that she's a Quarian, so that's the first Quarian that you see. They are also in suits, but their suits are environmentally protective suits because they've lived on clean environments and on ships for so long. They no longer have immune systems, essentially. So they have environmental suits that protect them from getting infected. If you later in ME2, I believe, you find out that most Quarians die of infection more than they die of anything else. So you meet her, and she has a recording that she gathered from a Geth, because the Geth, you find, are a consensus mind, essentially. So they share data, and that recording specifically has Saren's voice talking about working with the Geth and looking for the conduit. And so you present that to the council. The council is like, oh shit. And
Sharon's a bitch.
they
Irrefutable evidence. Shut the fuck up, Sparatus.
okay.
And also,
So they revoke Saren's council status, or Spectre status, excuse me. But the way that you revoke a Spectre status is it's spies, so you basically just have to kill the person. So you send
Call
another
them rogue,
Spectre
and then you send another Spectre after them because it's
yeah.
It's that kind of
For
life.
some
Is
god unknown reason, they said that they have to send Shepard after him. So they
and
make
that's how
Shepard
Shepard becomes a Spectre.
the first team inspector,
Mhm.
which is a weird little scene, but you have that anyway. They force Anderson to step away from the mission because it's too personal. So he gives up control of the Normandy because Shepard needs to go into the Terminus systems, which is not council space. They're like, nobody can go into those systems. And it's like, well, we can give you a stealth ship. So Shepard takes control of the Normandy. And yeah, so they become a Spectre. Tali can join your squad. You find out that she's on a pilgrimage, which is basically a way, like Rumspringa, it's a way for the Quarians to go out, see the rest of the world. It's
Bring
implied.
something- Yeah, they bring something back to the flotilla that's supposed to improve the
Prove
flotilla.
their worth.
Yeah. So it's implied that, like, a lot of the times Quarians don't come back, and it's kind of the idea of, like, they're okay living not on the flotilla. But also, Talia's like, I didn't realize how dangerous life was. Like, maybe those that didn't come back, like, died. And you're like, yeah, no shit. Anyway. So, yeah, the idea is for genetic diversity. The ship that you were born on and grew up on is not the ship you live on for your adult life. So in order to prove your worth to the captain of the other ship, you have to find something on your pilgrimage and bring it back. So Tally will find information on the Geth, essentially, but she's also like, this mission is too important, so I will help you defeat Saren.
Right. My pilgrimage must come to a pause
Exactly.
Basically.
while I join your pilgrimage.
Right. So part of the recording also that I sort of glossed over is you hear another voice and you're just like, who is that? And the Asari counselor says, that's Matriarch Benezia. And you're just like, oops. And you realize that she's working with Saren as well. Do you just know Benezia is on Noveria? Right?
You get told after you're made Spectre. Basically, Udina says, all right, I have a lot of things we need to do. Meet me come talk to me later, and we'll basically make everything official. So, you are told more about Anderson's history with Saren, like more in depth, and then you're briefed with Counselor Tivos, the Asari counselor, who's like, Matriarch Benezia, I know her. It seems weird that she'd be working with Saren. If so, she needs to be stopped. And then it's presumed that Tivos gives Udina more information about Benezia to pass on to Shepard. So then you find out that her daughter Liara is a Prothean expert out at a dig site, and you need to go find her. And because maybe she can lead you to Benezia, and at the very least, you're dealing with a Prothean beacon. She's a Prothean expert. She can help you no matter what. So you're given information to go after Liara. You are told there's information on Noveria as well.
Is there's the colonies under attack.
Yeah, like there's some other reason that they give you to go to Pharos though, because I don't quite remember what it is anymore. Really? Yeah, well, Exo Jenny's there.
No, the reason that you're required to go to Pharos is that the colony is under attack by Geth. And
yeah, because the Geth are there, and you're also technically fighting on the Geth front too.
Right.
Yeah, so you're given a choice.
But I don't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I think Noveria is like, you do know that Benezia is there because you ask when you arrive. So I think they said the last known location of Benezia is that she was going to Noveria. I think is what you get for that. So
yeah.
So yeah. So anyway, you can choose one of those 3 planets to go to. It depends whatever order you want. It's kind of funny if you get Liara last, because she's delusional by that point, and it's really hilarious. But you can choose one of the 3 planets. Different things happen. So Therum is where Liara is. Geth are there as well. She realized that she was getting attacked by Geth, so she sets off a Prothean defense mechanism and is caught in a barricade that she can't turn off because she's caught in the barricade, and to turn it off, it's on that side, the inner side, not the outer side, obviously. Otherwise, it would be a terrible defense mechanism. So you have to basically rescue her. So you take a drill and you shoot it underneath, and then you come up on the other side and you turn it off, and then you escape as the dig site collapses around you.
It's very exciting. You're running out of a firing volcano. It's like,
oh yeah, because Therum's a lava planet, and the volcano is basically erupting around you.
The mining laser triggers a seismic event.
Good thing about the LE though is that if you fall into the lava, you don't immediately die, unlike in the original game where you did.
I never tested it with the actual characters. Like, I know you can drive the Mako into... That's another game mechanic thing that we could spend probably another hour talking about. It's a fucking
Mako.
Fucking Mako! Drunken Rhino!
And the fucked up ass waypoints.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the Mako used to be terrible. They fixed it in
Part
LE.
2, right?
Not.
They turned it into a ship in part 2, right?
Yeah,
they turned into the Hammerhead. There's issues with that one too, but later.
So actually, in part 2, you don't have a driving car like the Mako. The Hammerhead is actually DLC. So yeah, people got pissed that there wasn't a car that you could drive. So they released a DLC about it and didn't make it the Mako. They made it the Hammerhead, and the Hammerhead was like even worse in a lot of things. It's really cool and fun to fly.
To drive, it just has absolutely no armor. Like you sneeze
Correct.
and the engine block's all of a sudden on fire. It's like, what the?
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're just like, well, fuck my life.
It's fun to drive, but seriously, it's like,
and then in 3, they ended up not having any cars for you to drive at all.
You drive the Normandy on the map.
Yes, exactly. Right. And then Cortez has a fun little argument with, I forget who he has the argument with. Is it Joke? No, who does he have the argument with? I forget who it's with about the Mako versus and then
it's Vega.
It's Vega, okay. And then in Andromeda, they give you the Nomad, which is honestly the best of all of them.
Yeah.
And
it's what the Mako should have been to begin with.
And in LE, they made the Mako closer to the Nomad.
They gave it a speed booster, and they made it feel heavier, so it wasn't floaty. That helped.
They also, like, the best part about the Mako is that it had the 2 drive options. You could have the flat, like, 6-wheel drive, or you can have the lifted 8-wheel drive. And the lifted, yeah.
There's only 6 wheels.
Well, no,
there's
that's the way you could, like,
4-wheeler
boost it.
Wheel. Are you talking about the Nomad or the Mako?
The Nomad.
Oh, okay.
So, no, so the Nomad, the 6-wheel drive is for speed. So if you're lower to the ground and it lets you go faster, the 8-wheel drive lifts you and lets you climb high. So if you're trying to climb a hill and you're like, I can't fucking climb this hill, you're like, oh, that's because I'm in the wrong gear. So essentially shifting gears.
Right.
So yeah, that's what they didn't include in the Mako redo. They allowed you to boost, which is helpful, but they made the UI wrong because they didn't tell you. On the Nomad, they let you know when the boost declines. So you're like, I can tell how far I have. In the Mako redo, they didn't. So you're just like, well, this is stupid.
But also, like, randomly when I'm climbing a hill and I use...
Say that again?
Saying that sometimes randomly when you're boosting, like, up a...
back, bitches.
When you're boosting up a cliff, yes.
Yeah, it just, like, throws you back and you're like, oh, fuck.
Oh, yeah, it's so annoying. Yes. You boost and you jump and you don't go anywhere, and it's really annoying. Anyway, but they did improve the fact that you can fix the Mako while driving,
Finally.
Which is good. You can't fire your weapon while doing it, but you can still drive while fixing it.
They completely made the Thresher mods way fucking worse. In a good way.
But I like them. Yeah, I like them. And they the shielding doesn't take 10,000 hours to reload. I remember when I used to fight Thresher mods or turrets and my shields would go down, I would literally leave my game for 5 minutes to come back and it still wouldn't be fully reloaded from my shield. Yep. I was like, guys, okay. So they fixed that. So they did a lot of good things, but it could have been, a little bit better. Because I completely redid the UI for the Mako, and then they didn't include the boost thing, and I was just like, that's such an oversight. Like, I don't understand why nobody thought of that. Anyway, so the Mako used to be if you used to fall into the fire, into lava on Therum, because you have to drive, because that's what MU1 basically is you get in the Mako, you drive a long distance, you fight some things, and then you get to the spot where you're supposed to be. That's what all the main missions are in MU1.
Part of the appeal of Game 1 was was the exploratory aspect, though, because you could just drop onto pretty much any planet you wanted to and just drive over terrain, and for the time, the graphics were still beautiful. Like, it was neat to see what they came up with, and they threw a few little things in that you could mine for resources.
Yeah, like those little... Like those waypoints. You're like, where the hell is this waypoint? Oh my god, it's on the other side of the planet.
Over the hill, through the woods.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And over a flat open plain that's very much not suspicious at all.
Right.
No mob here. Yeah. Nope, you're good. So on Therum, you're driving before you get to the place where you have to get out on foot and actually get Liara, and there's lava, and if you fall into the lava in the original, it was immediate critical mission failure. It was immediate game over, because your Mako just couldn't survive it. In the LE version, they changed that where you actually can survive falling into the lava and getting out of it, and then you will have to repair the Mako, but at least like it's not immediate game over, which is a good change that they did.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate. So if you get Liara, first, she's happy to see you. She kind of questions you, but you're just like, okay, whatever. If you get her last, as in doing Novaria and Pharos first, she's delusional. I guess you can also do Vermeer. So you can do all three of those first and then get her. Yep. She gets very delusional, and she's like, and dehydrated because she's been there for who knows how long. And she's just like, who the fuck are you? You're not real.
You're my hallucinations, and now I'm arguing with my own hallucinations. I'm talking to myself. I'm tired of arguing with myself. Goodbye.
Wow.
Like, oh yeah. It's worth doing at least once.
She's really crazy at that point. So you get her on board the Normandy. You talk to her about Benezia if you haven't gotten to Novaria yet. I don't think you need to talk to her about it if you have already. I've never done it, so I don't know.
And doesn't it turn out that there's a connection between the two?
Well, so Asari can join minds with another organic being similar to the Vulcans, mind meld in Star Trek. So because she is such a Prothean expert, has devoted her life to the Protheans, she offers to look at the beacon herself, to meld minds with Shepard, and to kind of understand what's going on.
See if she could decipher anything, which brings you to Pharaoh.
Right. So they mind meld at first, and Liara's like, I don't really get much. I can tell that it's the destruction. You understand at that point, I believe, that she tells you that through her research, there's a cycle of extinction that happens throughout the Milky Way galaxy, that every 50,000 years or so, something comes and wipes out all living civilization. She's like, you wouldn't know it unless you've studied it extensively like I have and are looking for these little signs. But I can tell that, the Protheans weren't the first advanced species in this galaxy.
She basically says that it's almost like something is going along and erasing all evidence of previous cycles, but that's there if you know where to look. But it's not a very popular theory.
Correct. It's basically a crackpot theory.
Right.
And so with the beacon information, she is like, is that what no, I think it's a cipher that you find out the Reapers, right?
Yeah, because it's all jumbled and it doesn't make sense because you don't have basically Prothean language.
Correct. So they're trying to figure it out. So then you can go to Pharos or Novaria. On Novaria, you face Benezia. That's when you first learn about indoctrination. You figure out that Benezia got close to Saren because she thought that she could sway him away from whatever crazy plan he was doing. But he gets into your mind, and he basically is just incredibly persuasive, and there's nothing that you can do about it, essentially, and that she has to fight with all of her will just to be able to talk without him influencing what she's doing, but his voice is always whispering in the back of her head.
He's on my spine.
Yeah. So that's when you find out that Saren is working to try to bring down organic life, I think, at that point. But basically the main thing of that is that it's indoctrination, and that everybody around him is basically fanatical, so you'll never be able to talk anyone down from working around him. You also find out about the Rachni. At that point, the Rachni is a species of bugs, essentially. That's what they look like. Organic creatures. They communicate via telepathic sounds, thought waves. They consider it music. Yeah, they consider it music. And like bugs, there's a queen, and then the queen has soldiers, very much like ants. The Rachni were basically eradicated because they tried to overtake the galaxy. The Solarians then uplifted the Krogan, which is what Rex is, to defeat the Rachni, which they did. And so everyone thought the Rachni are extinct. They found this queen floating in a spacecraft somewhere, brought her back to study, and started trying to create more soldiers. They created indoctrinated soldiers, so you end up killing a bunch of them. And then this is one of those choices that matters in the later games, is whether or not you save the queen and let her go and live her life, because she promises that the ones that did the Rachni War were also indoctrinated, like Sour. Or you can kill her and completely cause the Rachni to go extinct.
And you can commit genocide the first time here.
Yes, this is the first chance in the games to commit genocide. So if you depending on what you do, more war crimes. Depending on what you do here, determines a specific quest line in Mass Effect 3. So you do that, and then you leave Novaria, and then you can go to Pharos. Pharos is under Geth attack. It's a human colony. It's run by Exogeny, which is a research company corporation. You basically find out at this point that the Geth are worshiping something. They like create an altar, and you're just like, this is weird. You do a series of quests to try to save the colony. You eventually find out that the colony is under the control of a creature called the Thorian, which is a unique life form that has tentacles throughout the colony itself, and releases
a sentient plant.
Yeah, it releases spores into the air, and the spores control organic life, essentially telling people what to do. So then this is another one where you have a very big option of whether to kill all the colonists who are under the Thorian control or to save them by using anti-Thorian gas grenades and meleeing them and knocking them out. So that's a big Renegade Paragon choice that you have there for the morality system that we were talking about. You talk to the Thorian, you realize that Saren has also talked to the Thorian. The Thorian has an Asari spokesperson who tells you that Saren was there. The Thorian gave Saren what he wanted. Saren gave the Thorian the Asari in exchange. And then the
Geth were there to basically silence it, like
right.
And the Thorian is pissed. Yep, the Thorian's pissed off at being betrayed, so it
doesn't test any organic anymore. So it's like Shepard, you're gonna die.
Trying to kill you.
But
and
also, the Thorian creepers and the Rachni also make an appearance later in the Cerberus questline.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, you do find out that Cerberus basically is behind all of these terrible things. But anyway, so the Thorian doesn't, right, so Saren betrayed it, so the Thorian now is like, well, fuck all y'all. Right. I've lived this long without you. I don't need you anymore, so you're just gonna die. So you have to kill it by basically knocking it down into like this giant pit. Because basically it has tentacles that are extending into the ground and like little nodes, so you have to like kill the nodes and then it like falls. Like theoretically I think it could survive, but whatever.
It was just neat to have walls reinstall it basically.
Yeah, exactly. So you save the colony, and then you save the woman, Shiala.
Shiani. Oh yeah, Shiala.
Shiani is an elf. Come on, BioWare. So Shiala is the Asari that Saren gave to the Thorian. She's like, thank you for saving me. What can I do for you? And it's like, well, tell me what the Thorian told Saren. And so she's like, okay. So she gives you the cipher, and the cipher basically puts the Prothean, the ability to understand the Prothean language into your head. So now you can more accurately understand what the vision is that you got from the Prothean beacon. You go back to the ship. Liara melds with you again, and that's You-
when you
don't-
find out basically the Reapers are the actual threat and Saren is an agent of them.
right. Okay, I was like, you don't find out about Ilos until after Vermeer. So okay, so yeah,
You
so
you find out about the Mew relay on Novaria though.
right. Okay, right. So Saren's looking for the Mew relay, which is a specific Mass Effect relay, and you're like, why? And you're like, I don't know. The Mew relay goes to hundreds of places.
And you keep going across he's trying conduit, but you literally have no idea what the fuck the conduit is. You just know you
Right.
have to find it before he does.
Right. He's going for the conduit. And you're like, what the fuck is the conduit?
Doesn't matter. He thinks it's important, so therefore it is, and therefore we need to get to it before he does because
Exactly. So yeah, so that's when Liara realizes that the Reapers create the cycle and are basically wiping out all life, that Saren is working not for the Geth or the Geth, or isn't controlling the Geth, that he's working for the Reapers. And you're just like, okay, that's cool. After 2 of these 3 plot planets, you get the option to go to Vermeer. So as you play, you can also do that before you do the 3rd plot planet if you want to. You get information from the Council. The Council tells you that there is a Solarian Special Tasks group that is was tasked to finding information about Saren, I believe. They found a facility that Saren is using for some reason, like a base of his, on the planet of Vermeer. But they lost contact.
The Krogan army, similar to the Arachni, because we haven't even touched on the genophage, but that's okay.
No, I know, but they don't know that. They don't know that they're going there for the Krogan army. You don't know that until you get there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and you find out it's a Krogan breeding facility or some shit.
Correct.
And yeah, he's also studying indoctrination too.
Right. Yes, but no, all the Council knows is that there's an STG group that had gone to Vermeer to find information about Saren, and they lost contact. And the only thing that they got was that, they
requested help.
They requested help, right, exactly. So they're like, okay, so this is another potential lead for you. You're a Spectre, we're not going to tell you what to do, but if you want to go to Vermeer, you can. Which is kind of funny, because you have to go to Vermeer for the game to continue, but whatever. So you go to Vermeer, you fight a bunch of Geth, and then you end up on the beach with a group, Captain Karahi, and his Kirahe, and his special tasks group. And they're like, where's the army that you're bringing? Where's the fleet? And you're like, we're it. They're like, what?
Well,
your message didn't get through. You're like, well, shit. And that's when Kirahe tells you that Saren is breeding Krogan. Now, what we didn't talk about, but this is the good segue for it, is I talked about how the Solarians lifted the Krogan to defeat the Arachni, but what happens after that is that the Krogan then decided to rebel and to take over the entire galaxy, because they were not treated fairly. Yeah, because they were not treated fairly after they defeated the Arachni. Basically, they defeated the Arachni. They were not hailed as heroes. Right. Instead, they were just like, thanks for doing it, but I mean, now just enjoy galactic life. But Krogan are
they're like warriors.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think of like what they, because like Solarians are like toads and Drell are like lizards. I'm trying to think of like what
Rhinos?
Turtles. Yeah.
They're like Brahmin bull mixed with turtle.
Yeah, I can go with that.
Yeah. So they're these giant creatures. They're very tall. They're very broad. They're very warlike. They have a shell. But the biggest thing about them is that they have redundant systems. So they have like 2 hearts, 2 sets of lungs, 2 sets of balls.
Or balls.
They got quad.
They got quads. They got 2 sets of balls. So because of that, they are very, very effective warriors.
Right.
They could have 2 penises. There are some people that write them with 2 penises and some people that don't. It's very interesting.
also depending on whether or not they have eggs or, actual live
Right.
birth will depend on what you
Yeah,
headcanon
because they
their
keep mentioning
ugly
clitoris.
being.
Because again, the writers wrote two separate things about something that refers to live births and another thing that refers to clutches. So you're just like, okay. So your mileage may vary on which version of how Krogans breed, but the fact of the matter is that Krogans breed like rabbits. So they breed a lot, and they don't die because they have redundant systems, but also they live very long. They live just as long as Asari do if nothing were to happen to them and they don't die because of war or anything. So because they live just as long as Asari and they hardly die, there's nothing, they have no real natural predators, and they have such redundant systems, they were overtaking the galaxy essentially by population. And they killed their own planet because they are clan-like creatures, and they're very aggressive. And so they nuked their planet home planet called Chanka. So basically, they can't live there anymore. I mean, they've adapted and they can, but a lot of them were like, we need to live in places where we can like grow food and shit. So they tried to expand aggressively. Obviously, other council races did not love that option.
They didn't really appreciate it, no.
Yeah, I didn't really like that. So they tried to defeat them in conventional war, but obviously that's not going to work because they are the strongest, like, personal military. And so instead, they defeated them by using a biological weapon. And what the biological weapon did was essentially sterilize them. In game one, you're told that it essentially sterilizes them. That they're 1 in 1,000 births will be viable, essentially. So Rex, who is your Krogan team member, basically, because in Mass Effect 1, the aliens are basically prototypes of what the alien races are. Like, their entire purpose is essentially to lore dump, info dump for you what these races are. So so Rex tells you about the genophage and how basically their race is dying out because they can't repopulate and everybody is a merc, like, or they just fight amongst one another. So he's like, I can't tell you how many Krogan I've killed being a merc myself. So they are looking for a cure, but they've paid other people to do it, and it hasn't been like the thing about the elevator rides is you get a lot of like little news snippets, and one of them is that the Krogan sued a company, I forgot which company it was, because they offered them to basically create a cure for the genophage, and the Krogan said they basically took their money and didn't actually attempt to do anything anyway. But it failed regardless. So they're just, yeah.
I think it's binary helix, yeah.
I think it is binary helix, yeah. So you have the genophage and you have the Krogan dying out. You come to Vermeer, you realize that it's a Krogan breeding facility, and Rex is like, what the fuck? He's looking for a cure for the genophage. And he is like, I don't think it's a cure for the like, it sort of is, but like at the same time it's not. Like, they're not really looking for a cure for the genophage. He's really just looking to breed soldiers.
Right.
He wants shock groups.
Right. So it's not a true cure. And then essentially, one of the other big decisions that you have to make that affects the future of the franchise is you have to talk Rex down, or not. If you have made certain choices, if you've done Rex's loyalty mission and did certain things and listened to him and have enough Paragon or Renegade points, you can talk Rex down. And basically the point, I don't know what the Renegade option is, but the Paragon option is it's not a true cure to the genophage, and what you're making aren't true Krogan. So at that point, we should just kill them and not allow Saren to get stronger because of these.
Renegade option is basically the same, just a lot more harshly put. It's just like, don't be stupid. Can't you see what the situation is? These aren't real Krogan. And Rex is not happy with you at all. He's just like, the only reason why I'm going along with this is because you and I have history, and I still consider you a friend right now.
Yeah.
Mark my words, you had better make good on this, though. So it's like,
Yeah. And Paragon, he's like, you're glad I like you. You're like, be thankful I like you, Shepard, and then like puts his shotgun away. But yeah, no, there's an option very easily for you not to be able to talk Rex down, and I don't know what what their choices are, what denotes what, but like I think you can shoot him, and then there is a chance where Ashley shoots him.
You can choose to shoot him if you want to. Like, this is stupid, and just literally there's no dialogue option. It just says in parentheses shoot him, and then you just whip out your gun and you shoot him a couple times, and it's pretty harsh. I've done that too, by the way. And then if you don't have enough points to talk him down one way or the other, and you don't choose to shoot him,
you try to talk him down but fail.
Yeah, Ashley will shoot him because and I don't blame her. Like, she gets a lot of hate from the fandom for this, but I don't blame her because her commanding officer is under threat. She does her job and she protects her commanding officer.
Well, literally, I think most of the options at the end when you, Caden, and Ashley are talking before it's like somebody has to deal with Rex is like, I think Shep always tells Ashley to be ready. Yeah. Like just in case, because like you're right, I'm gonna go talk to this Krogan, but I'm me, a human, and that's a Krogan, and so yeah, like be ready.
Yeah, have that Krogan, that Krogan kryptonite in the special magazine, just in case you got to put him down.
Exactly.
Yeah. And because she's pretty much your tank outside of Rex in your squad, then yeah, like she's a beast with her guns.
Yeah, it's more like because Caden's a sentinel, he doesn't have shotgun proficiencies.
Yeah.
And he has shotgun proficiencies and sniper proficiencies because she is the soldier. So yeah, she's
assault rifle proficiency too, so she can just cut him down.
Exactly. So she will shoot him if you fail to talk him down, or you can shoot him. Or you can talk him down. Either one. But again, he shows up in the other games, but if he's not there, then you have to deal with the lovely, lovely Reeve, which we will talk about when we get to those games.
His brother.
Yeah. So you go and you talk to Kirhi, and he tells you that that he has formed a plan, and the plan is basically a traditional military distraction and infiltration plan, where he will take his team and try to attack the front, but not actually attack the front, just do it to try to distract most of the guests that are inside the facility, while you take a small strike team in the back. Look over here. Exactly. To infiltrate the facility and blow it up because they have a nuclear bomb somehow. No, they
sacrifice their drive core from their ship, and they turn it nuclear.
Yeah, they modify their ship's engine, their ship's core, to turn it into a nuclear weapon, essentially. And so you're going to set off the bomb. Now, it's a fortified facility, so you can't just drop the nuke on it from orbit. You have to actually set it from like deep within the facility. Not that deep in the way the game goes. So like a lot of people I know in fanfiction make it like deeper because that would make more sense.
Yeah, they say it's like in 15 feet of concrete or something, and then it's just like, then why are we setting it out in a courtyard?
Why are we putting it out in the middle of the courtyard? Okay, anyway, whatever. But then
because fuel pods, Caitlin, because fuel pods.
So then another big decision-ish, like it doesn't really affect it at the moment, but it sort of does. You have to send one of your human squad mates to go with Kirhi, so you don't have them for the mission. So you can choose Caden or Ashley. It doesn't really matter which one you choose, but it just depends on whether you want to take one of them with you on the mission, because if you send them with Kirhi, you can't have them with you on the mission. You infiltrate the back. You have to do a series of things in order to save Kirhi and his men. If you do that, if you do all of the things, you actually can eventually save him and rescue the team, which I think is kind of cool. If not, then he dies. And again, that's another thing that comes up in Mass Effect 3, 2 a little bit, but mainly 3. So that's fun that you can get to have that little callback if you did put in the effort to save him.
There's a lot of things that you put in a little effort in game one, and they just throw little Easter egg breadcrumb trails throughout the rest, and I like that. It just
Yeah,
It's one of my
game.
favorite pieces of this whole franchise.
Right. It's so nice just to see the payoff. It's so satisfying.
It's the best. Well, the best part is Conrad Burner, but
Oh my god.
And so yeah,
Shepherd.
I just dealt with him in 2. I was just like, oh, poor baby. So, and they didn't fix the stupid glitch, which really pissed me off.
Well, because they have some throwaway lines for it in 3.
I know. Yeah. When it's just like, ugh, it's annoying. Okay, anyway.
I know.
So you infiltrate, you find out that he's not just studying, he's not just trying to create Krogans to create shock troops, he's also studying indoctrination and the effect of indoctrination. And this is where you realize, or find out, I should say, that Sovereign isn't Saren's ship. Sovereign is a Reaper.
And you also kind of find out that from Saren's assistant that he's worried about indoctrination, and he's trying to do everything he can to prevent himself from being indoctrinated.
Yep. Because the longer you spend on Sovereign ship, the easier it is, or the more likely it will be
the more susceptible to it you are.
Exactly, that you will be indoctrinated. So he has a lot of people studying indoctrination to try to prevent himself from becoming. He already is. But, you know. Yeah. So you find out that Sovereign isn't just the name of Saren's ship, that Sovereign is actually a Reaper, that Sovereign is a Vanguard, that they basically are the harbingers of destruction, taking direct control. Assuming direct control, excuse me.
That's you.
And that they wake up every couple of years, every 10 years, every 100 years, whatever, who knows. Your mileage may vary on that. Check the state of the galaxy, realize just how close people are to what? No. They reach a certain
milestone.
Yeah, whatever milestone they have, and then they say, okay, it's time for the Reapers to come in and destroy you. And you're just like, okay, well, I'm going to stop you, is what Shepard says, obviously. Sovereign says, haha, okay. Goes away. And then...
we are beyond your comprehension.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're like, okay, let's fuck this place. Let's, like, set the nuke and peace out. So you go to set the nuke. Ash or Kaden, depending on who you send with Kirhi's team, goes to the AA tower because there are anti-aircraft guns that, first of all, you had to disable in order for the Normandy to land, and then I think you have to disable them again to allow them to leave. I think. There's some reason that Normandy's grounded, because Joker, I remember, says, like, we have an issue, like, we're grounded. So you have to send one member of your squad to go do that, and then another one sets the nuke. As they're setting the nuke, the squad member who is with the AA tower radios you and tells you that the tower is getting overwhelmed, that there's nothing that, that the Geth are coming in large waves, and there's nothing that they think that they will be overrun soon. So you say, okay, I'm going to go save you. And you're like, cool. And the person saying the nuke says, I need a few minutes with the nuke anyway, don't worry about it, go get them, and then by the time you're done, I will be ready to set the nuke and we can get out of here. Yeah. So you go up, you fight, you go upstairs. By the time you're upstairs, the person with the nuke radios and says, a Geth dropship has just arrived, we are also getting overrun here, I'm going to blow the nuke.
Bomb.
Right, to make sure that our mission is accomplished. And then you're just like, wait, what the fuck? No, wait, we can save you. And then the person in the AA tower is like, but we're also getting overrun. So then you basically have the, like, biggest major choice of
Spoilers! Just in case somebody hasn't actually known what happens in this 14-year-old game.
Spoilers just in case, yes.
Continue.
You then get the the dialogue wheel of save Caden or save Ashley. And you can't save them both.
That can only be one.
There can only be one. And depending on where you sent the person, it depends on, and who you decide to save, depends on where you go
For your final boss
for your
battle.
final confrontation of Vermeer. And yeah, so you go and you choose one or the other. When you choose one, the other person says, or you say, "I'm sorry, blank," whoever it's going to be. And then, the other person's like, okay, I guess. And then the other person, then the one who's going to die is like, it's the right call, whatever. And so you're like, okay.
Like, I understand, Commander, it's an honor, essentially.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
It's the right call, LT. See, I never leave Ashley. I never leave Caden, so I don't know what Ashley says.
She's
But
just
I
busy
know.
with thing.
Yeah, so I know Ashley's like, it's an honor, LT. So you go and save whichever person you decide to save. They are getting overrun by Geth, depending on where you are. Saren shows up. Saren is basically huskified. He's been huskified the entire game, but this is where it really gets there when he's blue and everything.
His indoctrination has progressed, and his fatal flaw was the Reapers told him they could help him by augmenting him, and then you so helpfully point out, you're an idiot. You let them put what in you, and you think you're not indoctrinated? And he's like, no, I am, but I'm fighting it. I'm still a useful agent to them. The more autonomy I have, the more useful I am out in the field. And it's just like, listen to yourself, idiot.
You are fucking indoctrinated. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they so we didn't talk about what husks were, but anyway, husks are basically reaper-fied beings. Essentially, husks are reaper-fied humans. Yeah. And then in Mass Effect 3, you see reaper-fied everybody. But yeah, so you see reaper-fied humans who are husks. And so Saren is basically like that. You have this huge conversation, like Potions was talking about how, I'm not indoctrinated, or I am, but I'm fighting it, and I'm still useful, and this is the only way organics can survive the cycle or the reaping, is by proving their worth to the Reapers.
And to serve them.
Right, and to become their servants and slaves. And Shep is like, the fuck? Like, you really think that after you help them destroy all of, the galaxy, that they're gonna just allow you to live? And he's like, yeah, if you prove that you're worthy enough. So Saren and you get into a fight, and then he just flies away, I guess, at the very end. He realizes that, I don't know, he almost dies, or he realizes that the bomb's about to go off, or I don't know, something, but he just ends up flying away.
It's an inconclusive fight, because he gets you by the throat and you punch him in the face, and then
and then it cuts, so you're not really sure why Saren decides to leave.
Because the bomb's about to go off and he don't want to die.
Yeah, that's fair. So then you save the human squad mate that you decide to save. If the squad mate that you decide to save you sent to the AA tower, you see the squad mate with the nuke getting overrun, and then the bomb goes off. If the squad mate that you choose to save is with the bomb, you basically carry the person into the Normandy that has landed there, and you take off, and then you see the bomb explode from space.
It's a big bomb.
It's a big bomb. Joker's like, hold on. And then you get the aftermath of that, where basically the Vermeer survivor, which is what we call them now, tells you, what the fuck, Shepard? And you're like, it is what it is. Like, Ashley knew what they were doing, Caden knew what they were doing, it's basically the same conversation. If you're romancing them, it gets a little bit more awkward, where it's like, I think you only chose me because, you like me. And it's like,
what we have.
Right. And you're like, actually, no shit. Like, that is why I saved you, but...
Game mechanics kind of state it, that's why, but,
Exactly. And then Liara remembers that Ilos is where you need to go.
How could I be so dense?
I don't know. How could you be so dense? How did you not know this before? Well, the Mu Relay goes to hundreds of different systems.
That's convenient.
I know. So anyway, so she realizes that it's Ilos, and Ilos is a lost Prothean colony or whatever that the Mu Relay goes to. And so then you decide that you need to go to Ilos. Now, the council is very upset with you for setting off a nuclear weapon on a planet. But besides that, when you realize that it's Ilos, you're like, okay, so we're going to take a fleet through the Mu Relay, and we're going to stop Saren. We're going to be able to do this. So you're like, and this is something that has to be told in person. So we're going to go to the Citadel. We're going to ask them in person, and we're going to say, yo, let's go get Saren. So you go to the council and you tell them what's happening, and that's when they're like, what the fuck about setting out a bomb, but okay. And then you tell them about the Reapers, you tell them about the 50,000 year extinction, you tell them that it's going to come, you tell them that the you need to go and stop Saren before he gets to the conduit, because whatever the conduit is it's going to help usher in the Reapers and the extinction of the galaxy. And they're like, nobody knows about the Reapers. No one's heard about the Reapers. It's only you and your stupid dream/vision. You're insane. It's Saren and it's the Geth, and yeah. We've set up a blockade. We are on high alert if Saren comes. We're on high alert if the Geth comes. We're going to stop them. And you're like, no, you need to send me out to, or you need to send a fleet out to the Mu Relay, out to Ilos to stop Saren. And they're like, the Mu Relay and Ilos are in the Terminus systems. We can't send a fleet there. If we do, we'll start intergalactic war. And you're just like, what?
But you're going to prevent like intergalactic genocide?
Annihilation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So you're like, what the
Reapers
fuck?
are a myth.
And then you say, fine, send me. I have a stealth ship. I can get into the Terminus systems. No one will know. Blah, 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 blah. I'm a Spectre. I could be subtle. And that's when Spiritus, fuck you, Spiritus, talks about how you were so subtle on Vermeer. You're just like, shut up.
Right.
And then they're like, no, you can't. Even as a Spectre, you operate under council authority. If you show up and start conflict in the Terminus systems, it's going to be bad for us.
Yeah.
So they ground you.
You get locked down.
Yep. So they ground you. They say, so the Normandy is no longer yours. The Normandy is now...
You lost its stealth.
Yeah. And I think Natalie's going to be in trouble about going to bed.
Probably.
Yeah. So you are going to, Okay. Oh, because he needs to wake up in 4 hours. Yeah, go to bed, dude. So yeah, you go and you say, well, we're stuck. This is horrible. You have a cute little moment with your love interest, talking about how, you've exhausted all diplomatic options, you've exhausted everything, and they don't think that there's anything that you can do. You almost kiss.
Yeah, since now we've got time.
Exactly. So you almost kiss, and then Joker interrupts, which I think is hilarious.
Cockblocker.
Absolutely cockblocker. And he's like, Captain Anderson would like to see you. And you're just like, are you watching us?
Right.
No, ma'am.
Or no, sir.
No, sir, no, ma'am. I would just pass
And
along.
he says so insincere about it. He's like, no. It's like, you totally
you absolutely were.
Jerk.
You absolutely were. No, I wasn't. I was just, sending the message along as I got it. So you go see Anderson, and Anderson basically tells you that no matter what you do, we have to stop Saren. He believes you. He believes Reapers are coming. He believes Saren is working for the Reapers, not just the Geth. That galactic extinction will happen if you don't stop him. So Anderson's like, I will get you the Normandy. Be ready. And you're like, the fuck? And he's like, don't worry, I'll get you it. Right. It's another choice, but it doesn't really have a lot of effect. It's just funny about
yeah.
There's a couple line differences depending on what happens. But you can either send. So Anderson offers to go into security, essentially ship control, and release the ship himself. And you're like, the fuck? This is like one of the most secure areas of the Citadel. You're gonna get shot. And he's like, no, it's fine. I'll take my chances.
I got it.
You're like, isn't there anything else you can do? And he's like, well, I guess I can go to Udina's office and rescind the order, the lockdown order. And you're just like, okay, but what if Udina comes in? And he's like, don't worry, I got it. And you're just like, okay. So then you, as Shepard, tell him what to do. Tell him to either go to Udina's office or go to ship control.
I
Security
usually
center.
tell him go to ship control.
I know you do, because you
Yeah.
want to see him shot. So anyway, yeah, spoilers, but not really.
It's not fatal.
If you go and you send him to the ship control area, CSEC does come by and they do shoot him. He doesn't die though, like you said, it's just in the shoulder, so it's okay. But it's just funny.
He defiantly slaps the thing anyways and goes, ha!
I always choose to send him to Udina's office because he gets to punch Udina if he does that. And who doesn't want to punch Udina? Like, let's be real.
I mean, that one is also incredibly satisfying, so.
Yeah. So you send him to Udina's office. Udina's there, which like wasn't an
Anderson, what do you
ever thought about? Shepard was just like, what if Udina comes in? It's like, well, what if he was already there? Nobody thought about that. It's fine. So Udina is there, and he's like, Anderson, we don't have a meeting. And Anderson just decks him, and it's just like, boop.
cold cock? Boom.
Yep. And then in the end, there's a little exchange between Udina and Anderson at the end of the game, and it's funny because it's like, Anderson, he talks more with his fists, and you're like, hell yeah. Anyway, so they unlock the Normandy. You're there. There's a little cutscene with Shepard and Joker. Joker's waiting, and then all of a sudden his screens turn green, and you're like, "You are good to go." So they leave the Citadel, and they head to the Mu Relay, and they go to Ilos. This is where. What?
I hate that planet. It is so twisty turny, and I do like the retexture with the Ellie.
The retexture's gorgeous. Oh my god. But yeah, so you go to Ilos, and pre-Ilos is when you get your love scene with your love interest if you have one. Yeah, either Caden or Ashley shows up, and I guess Liara shows up too to your quarters. And you talk, and I've never looked at any of the other romance scenes besides Caden's. So, but
Liara is the only one that has biotics, which I think is such a shame.
That's a shame.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just like Caden's biotic too, and your Shepherd could be biotic, so why don't you go?
They never change cutscenes if Shepard's biotic. Like they never care about
They
that.
should have. Like,
I know.
There's.
I know.
If I'm not an infiltrator, I'm always an adept, and it's just like.
Yeah, I know.
Know.
But no, you can never use biotics as Shepard for some reason. It's whatever. So you have your lovely little scene. You talk about, what happens. I don't know what Liara says, but I'm pretty sure Ashley and Caden will say the same thing, about like how they've mutinied and how they're not like, they're supposed to be the best of the best, but they're not because, they stole a prototype ship and are running away from the Alliance and the Council. And it's like, bunk with me tonight. I'm sure M-Shep says the same thing to Ashley. So they have their little fun.
yeah, they get the little bang on.
Yep, they have their fun. And then you arrive at Ilos. Good times. Well, I like when so I'm assuming it's the same for everybody, just changes the character, but like you're dressed as Shepard, and then your love interest is still naked in the bed, which I think is hilarious.
So awkward because like you're sitting like this on the desk, just staring at them while they're in the bed.
Look at them sleeping and naked.
Like, you alright there, Shepard?
Like, what are you doing? And then you talk about how maybe you have more time before you get to the island to like do round number 2. I'm like, but you're dressed. Like, I don't understand. And then
I don't
Joker.
think I've ever had the pleasure of you serving under me, Caden.
My best line. That's the best line.
Wow.
I always take that line. Anyway, I walked right into that, didn't I? Yes, you did. So then you get to Ilos, which is this planet. You see Saren. Saren is there with his Geth. So you're only like, well, theoretically, you're only 5 minutes behind him, and then he shuts the doors. So then you're like 30 minutes behind him. And so
Who's counting?
yeah, who's counting? So you're in this bunker essentially, on this jungle planet, and he shut the door, and so cut power, and you have to like figure out how to reopen the door, which requires a lot of like maneuvering. it's a long little
run around this
path.
stupid maze that looks like everything, and then there's just creepy ass statues that don't even look like the Protheans. I'm just like,
They don't look like the Protheans. I don't know who the fuck they're supposed to be. I think they were supposed to be Protheans back before BioWare understood what Protheans were.
Or what
Like
they
decided
wanted them to be.
on what Protheans would be.
because like
Yeah.
when you get to Vigil, it's just a ball of light that swirls around like all the other VIs that you meet. They actually do look Prothean through the fuzz. The ones any and all of the ones on Ilos, they're too degraded because I don't, like I said before, I don't think they expected Mass Effect to take off quite the way they did, so I don't think they had planned in advance for Game 2 yet. It's like,
Yeah, absolutely not. They had no idea.
yeah.
So I think those statues, which are really creepy, were supposed to be what their versions of Protheans were, and then obviously they changed them when they realized what the Collectives would be, and then Javik for Mass Effect 3. So you go and you do a series of things, and then you're ultimately able to get into the bunker. You drive, you realize that the bunker is actually full of stasis pods, hundreds and hundreds of stasis pods, but there's no power coming from them. So then you fight some Geth. You're driving in the Mako. You get caught between two force fields, and you're just like, it's a trap. And then they're like, I don't think it's a trap. I don't know how you don't know it's a trap, but whatever.
It's a trap.
Yeah. And then you are basically ushered into this downstairs thing. You take an elevator.
There's always freaking elevators, and these are high-tech elevators from the future because they go on a slant.
That's correct. That's how you know
you're in the future.
Even though these were made 50,000 years ago.
They're just made with better technology.
Right.
Back to the future. You go
technology.
forwards and backwards, and then you go back into the future and accelerate forwards again. So now it's in the...
Exactly. So, but no, the Protheans had advanced technology. Absolutely. And so you get to this pathway, and the pathway ends in a VI, and the VI's name is Vigil, which is super ironic, but not really, because it's keeping Vigil for somebody. And that's when you get a huge info lore dump on the Reapers and the Protheans and what happened, how the Reapers came, how they destroyed the Protheans, what the Protheans were doing, how the Protheans had an empire that spanned the entire galaxy, and how the Reapers defeated them. And they said they defeated them because the Reapers control the Citadel. And how they control the Citadel is they send a message, a telepathic message, to the Keepers, because the Keepers are actually under Reaper control. So the Keepers get a signal, then they go and they do open up. No, they go and they take control. They lock out all of the current aliens current citizens, Galactic citizens, from the Citadel, from having control of the Citadel, and then allow the Reapers to come in from wherever they're stationed out in dark space, and then easily get all the information passed to them about the galactic readiness of that current cycle. So like where all the population centers are and everything like that.
Yeah, what better way to, cull a civilization than to take absolute control of the seat of their government and cut them off.
Yep. And we find out that the relays are controlled by the Citadel. So if you have control of the Citadel, you have control of the mass relays. So that allows you when the Reapers take control of the Keepers can then take control of the Citadel and cut off the mass relay system from anybody else, so they can't essentially communicate. And because the mass relays allow people to communicate to one another, so they can't go long distances. So they can't communicate, they can't travel. So everybody basically becomes fractured, and they don't have a seat of government, and they are basically very easy pickings at that moment. So because the Protheans realized that the Keepers betrayed them, they were able to manipulate or protect the Keepers from receiving the signal. They were able to prevent the Keepers from receiving the signal from the Reapers. So when Sovereign sent the signal to the Keepers to begin the takeover of the Citadel, nothing happened. And that is why he then had to enlist the help of an organic, aka Saren, to figure out or get access to the Citadel and figure out what the fuck on. When they realized that the Keepers were no longer going to respond to them, they were like, guess we're gonna have to do this the hard way. I don't know how Saren finds out about the conduit. Is it through the beacon? I guess it's through the beacon that he finds out about the conduit.
Yeah, and essentially he comes across the beacon, and
there's another
somehow
beacon.
He gets in contact with Sovereign, and Sovereign basically just goes, "Hey, I will port you around. Do my bit."
Right, but I think they found another beacon, one prior to the one on Eden Prime. Yeah.
Somehow he came in contact with a Reaper, and they put him in charge of the Geth, essentially.
Correct. Yeah, because the Geth worship the Reapers because obviously they are the epitome of AI. So the Geth are like, yes, we will worship you. And then they found out about the conduit, the existence of the conduit, and the conduit is what allowed the Protheans to access the Citadel. So basically they made a tiny Mass Effect.
A one-way ticket.
Yeah, a tiny Mass Effect relay. It's a sculpture, so they thought it was a sculpture, but it turns out it's a real relay. But because it's so small, I guess, or because I don't really know how they work, it's only a one-way ticket that can go from Ilos to the Citadel, but not backwards.
Which there's a little bit of really sad implication in lore that Vigil tells you, which is it does say, yeah, it's a one-way ticket, and all the scientists who were testing and whatnot knew when they went they were going to meet a really horrible demise, because either they were going to die because battle, or they were going to starve and dehydrate, and what a way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's just like
when they got there, I'm assuming they didn't find any food or water, so
there's only one way it ends. And then when you first get on the Citadel initially in the game and you take Caden around, he goes, "Does anybody else hear that hum? Or is it just me?" Because he's next to it, and then he goes, "It makes my teeth tingle." Which I always assumed he could feel the EZO and the low powering of it because he was biotic and sensitive to it. So
probably an L2 thing, honestly, because it makes him like more extreme levels. Like I always think it's like a light spectrum, right? And so it basically allows him to feel a bigger spectrum of EZO than it does. That's why a biotic shepherd wouldn't be able to, or Liara wouldn't be able to. There's specifically the L2 implant that allowed him to feel that spectrum.
And that meant he was an older one, right? He had older implants.
Right. So he gets migraines and things like that because as a side effect, and he's one of the lucky ones. It's like, oh, good. Crippling insanity.
Yeah, because biotics are not natural to humanity like they are to Asari. So it happens through accidental exposure of element 0 to a baby in a womb. And most of the time, the babies come out malformed, or they just are stillborn, or they develop cancer when they're young. So they don't survive into adulthood. The ones that do survive into adulthood, the military realized that their powers could be amplified by specific technology.
more
and
problems with this stuff too, and it makes me cranky still.
yeah, and in order to allow the amplifier to be easily switched out, I'm assuming, or to have better control of it, they implant a piece of technology into a biotic's brain, and it comes in the game all the way in 2 years. It goes from no, because Kaden gets it a lot earlier, but from I want to say Shepard gets theirs in 76.
Honestly, it depends, because if your shepherd is biotic, they weren't at bot, they were
Because they were too
It's-
young.
right. They're too young to go, and then the lore dump says there's a secondary exposure that happens, and then that's when shepherd's declared.
A biotic, yeah. But
So
anyway,
that's
so
the
Kaden was discovered very young, and so I know he gets it in 70, 69. Anyway, so he gets the L2 implant, and then by the time it's 2185, you're all the way up to the LX5, LN5, LX5. So they're constantly developing new implants to try to make the biotics not have shitty lives, because the whole side plot in Mass Effect 1 is L2's, the people that received the L2 biotic implant, and there are biotics who died. A lot of them died because of complications of it, but also they all get terrible migraines, or they get, cancer, or they get just all sorts of side effects.
Yeah.
And so one of the side quests is that there is a politician who is on a human relations committee. Something human. No, I know, but there's a word before human, and I can't think of the word.
The transhuman.
There you go, transhuman relations committee, and basically voted against reparations for the L2s, and so because the government or the military,
that's the well for him.
so the government or the military is the one that funded all of these implants, is the one that funded the research for it. Could be the ones that actually exposed people, if you believe in certain of that. And so the chairman Burns voted against reparations to them because the L2s were like, you fucked up our lives, so what are you going to do about it? And he's like, nothing. So then he gets kidnapped by extremists. Yeah, okay.
And held at gunpoint.
Yeah, and held at gunpoint, and it's basically
one of the missions. Actually, you're supposed to save him.
Yeah,
you can,
or you can allow him to be killed,
or you can kill him yourself. I think.
Or you can kill him yourself. Yeah. So
you're like, there. Now what? They're like, oh my god.
So the biotic extremists, quote unquote, kidnap him. You get him, and you find him at gunpoint. He's basically on his knees. He's like, please don't let them kill me. And you have the option to either talk them down, allow them to kill him, or to kill him yourself. If you do talk them down, he becomes an advocate for the L2 biotics, and the L2s get reparations. So that's a pretty good ending if you get to do that. So there's a mass relay, a tiny one on the Citadel. It's a one-way trip. The other thing that you find out is that the Protheans, Ilos was a secret research facility for the Protheans, which is why it wasn't on any maps, which is why the Reapers didn't know about it when they got the maps from the Citadel. So they were able to kind of fly under the radar. They created stasis pods for themselves to basically wait out the war, and decide one way or the other what was going to happen. What?
GoPro just waited.
Oh, hey, go promote. Thanks for the raid, bud. GoPro raid. They sat themselves in stasis, waiting for the end of the war. But as Vigil says, the extermination of an entire galaxy takes hundreds of years. So it took them a while, and Vigil's power supply, to the station, was running out. So he had to systematically shut down. Yeah, all of the stasis
In order
pods.
of priority.
Yep. And so he said first it was the, assistants, then it was the support staff, then it was, down to a core number of scientists. And he's like, and I was basically this close to shutting them down too when I detected the fact that the Reapers had left and gone back to dark space. So he woke them up. They realized that their numbers of themselves were too small to repopulate. So they knew that the Protheans would eventually go extinct. So they spent the remainder of their time preventing the Keepers from getting the signal. So that is what they did. So that was their ultimate life work. In order to deploy that, they had to go to the Citadel. So they took that one-way trip, died, obviously, on the Citadel, but prevented this cycle from allowing it to exist. And that's why Vigil kind of talks to you and is like, I brought you here because I detected no taint of indoctrination on you. So I know that all is not 100% lost. And so as we find out all that information, and then it's like, Saren is taking the conduit, the one-way trip back to the Citadel, to give manual control over to Sovereign, so Sovereign can then take control of the mass relay network, take control of all of the information of the Citadel government, to figure out, do exactly what the Keepers were supposed to do,
right?
But do it. So they go and you have this again driving in the Mako, attack a bunch of Geth. Saren makes it through the conduit. You're like right behind him. You have like 10 seconds, another little timed mission to get past a bunch of machines or a bunch of Geth to the conduit before it shuts down. So you do, and then you land on the Citadel in your Mako. So your tiny Mako is able to go through a mass relay and not blow up, but that's fine. I don't know what Saren takes either. Like, you see a little shuttle, so I guess Saren takes like a tiny shuttle.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't think about it too hard.
So you get to the Citadel. The Citadel is basically destroyed, or at least the Presidium is destroyed, which is the only part of the Citadel you can see in Mass Effect 1.
Yeah.
You go, you realize the control center for the Citadel is in the council chamber, so it's in the Citadel Tower. So you have to make your way up all of this. So you go through the elevator gets shut down, obviously. So then you have to go outside and do some zero-G fighting against
Which is really fun. I like that part.
Yeah, that mission's really cool.
Atlas, but I love the end game fight.
Yeah.
That's good.
So then you go and you fight and you eventually make your way up to the council chamber, and then you see Saren as soon as he's about to give control over to Sovereign. There's kind of control because like the arms are closing, but like not really. And you talk Saren down essentially, or you right? Like, does he always shoot himself, or do you shoot him and then he comes back?
Yeah, I mean, Renegade is you basically shoot him yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, you tell Saren to like stop and continue fighting your indoctrination, and he's like,
He always winds up dead.
Yeah, he's basically, if you're Paragon, he's like, I don't want to, but I'm indoctrinated.
See the light.
Yeah, and then he shoots himself, or you shoot him, and so he's dead. And you're like, oh, great.
Yeah.
And then Sovereign is attaching itself to the Citadel, and you're just like, well, fuck that shit. And then you find the Destiny Ascension, which is the flagship of the Asari military, is holding the council because the security plan for the Citadel Council is to evacuate the Destiny Ascension should anything happen to them. And
good plan, great plan.
Yeah, and so you hear, so you shut down whatever jamming signal Saren had put up, so now you can actually listen to the fleets. And you hear that the Destiny Ascension is basically gonna blow up. They say that, they're asking for help, and they're like, the council's on board, blah, 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 blah. And then Joker cuts in, he's like, Shepard, I've got the 5th Fleet sitting at Actora Station. Mm-hmm. He's like, we can be there in one Mass Effect jump. Or one relay jump, excuse me. and we can save the Destiny Ascension, or we can hold back and save all of our forces for Sovereign. And so that's another choice, and that's another choice that greatly affects the game as well. You can choose to allow the Fifth Fleet to go through the relay at that moment and save the Destiny Ascension, therefore saving the current council that you know. Or you can tell them to hold off, and you can tell them to wait until the very last minute when Sovereign is basically the only thing left, and to concentrate all your forces on Sovereign. And that means the Destiny Ascension is lost, and the council lost along with it. So you can either to save the council or kill the council.
It's interesting to see how they all treat you.
Hi, Kristen.
Hello.
How's it going, dude?
It's interesting to see how they treat you based on if you're a renegade and you've been nasty to them and you save them, or if you've been nasty to them and then you sacrifice them, and then the replacement council and how they treat you. And like if you've been really, really nice to them and you sacrifice them anyways, all of a sudden the replacement council's very deferential to you. Just interesting.
Yep.
I love it.
Yeah, so that's a lot. And it also depends on, now it doesn't really matter as much now that they've changed a lot of the way that the end game works for Mass Effect 3, but you get war assets, and then basically your ending depends on a bunch of different choices that you've made, and you get a numerical value depending on what you do. So one of those is the Destiny Ascension itself will give you a number, but the Fifth Fleet has a number, and the Fifth Fleet is not decimated. You lose a third of it if you send it after the Destiny Ascension. So if you lose a third of it, that means have a good night, go.
Good night. Thanks for stopping in.
I'm doing well, Tristan. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing good. So that cuts it by thirds. That cuts the numbers that you get for that. Now, granted, you can easily make it up with like a bunch of other shit, but it's just interesting to think about that your actions for Mass Effect 1 affect your military readiness for Mass Effect 3. So you save the council or not. Once that decision is made, Saren Reaper implants get brought to life. Sovereign basically takes him over, and he becomes a true
Marauder.
Reaper, Marauder, and you have to kill him and a bunch of guests.
The first Marauder shields. Fuck that guy.
Okay, so Elf played it the other day. I don't know if he was playing on casual or not, but I watched him shoot Marauder shields, and like he did that whole fight, and like it was super easy. And I was like, what the fuck? The first time I played this game, I played it on normal. Now, I will admit, I've only played the ending of Mass Effect 3 once, and normally stop right before the assault on Kronos Station, just because I can't play the ending. I hate the ending so much. So I just stop with Citadel DLC right before Kronos. So I've played the ending once, and I played it on normal, and I could not, for the fucking life of me, defeat Marauder shields. And this dude walked up to him, shot him in 2 seconds. I'm just like, what the fuck?
I'm kind of nervous for when I get to Game 3 in Legendary, just because like I'm on Insanity right out of the gate, and it really sucks on Insanity. Let me tell you, the first time I played Insanity, it took me seriously 3 hours to shoot those damn 3 guests and then shoot fucking Marauder shields, because it just, again, the sway, and it's so, and fun little game mechanics thing is that the higher the difficulty level, the faster the game goes. Like, they literally ramp up the speed, so you are still the same speed. The rest of the game around you is faster, and it just...
Yeah, they charge at you faster.
There are better ways to do that than just ramp up the speed, because that's just stupid.
It's so annoying.
God, I hate that. That is one of the hardest fucking fights of the entire fucking trilogy, and it drives me nuts. So I'm curious to see if
it's the hardest fight. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's the hardest fight.
It is stupid because like you can barely zoom in on the scope. Like luckily you've got unlimited ammo, but like
Yeah, but like
really,
you can't get shot. Like you can't die. And the thing that really pisses me off is it's the husks because the husks come right up on you, and I suck at shooting. Now I'm getting a lot better at it, but like when I first played Mass Effect, I hadn't played a lot of shooters, and so like my aiming was really bad. And so like you
yeah.
don't have skills, right? You can only shoot. You can't use any of your skills, and
Oh,
so
and
then you have one little health bar segment. So if a husk comes up on you and just melees you once, you're dead.
yup.
And so you're just
And it
like,
starts you right back at the very beginning of the entire fucking sequence. So
yep,
you have to kill all the husks and Marauder shields. And woe betide you if you get all the way through that and you're almost there with Marauder shields, and then
you
you
die.
can't get a bead back up on him again, and poof.
That's when it's
Anyway,
time to take a break.
Infuriating.
it took me so long, and then I get up to like the actual Citadel part of it, and I'm just like, why the fuck did I go through all of that just for this? I'm like, that was not worth it. Um, but especially because I played the first ending without the extended DLC. Okay, it's a lie. I did the ending once without the extended DLC, and then it once with the extended DLC. I forget that I did it without the extended DLC for a minute.
Yeah, you and Swaps have some opinions. And
Yeah.
I respect him because, like, I came into it knowing the discourse and knowing that the extended DLC was there, and it's just like, yeah, I see it's very shitty still, but it's just like, I definitely didn't experience the disappointment firsthand, and it shows. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
the ones that came before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. Anyway, so back to the ending of Mass Effect 1. So you defeat a Reaperized Saren in a much harder fight than it used to be. Like in
Oh,
Mass
really?
Effect 1 originally, it was really easy. In Mass Effect, I don't know if it's just because I don't know what it was. I don't know why, but I just had it wasn't hard. It just took forever to get him down because the shields kept fucking regenning. Anyway, so also I took Liara. So I had 3 biotics with me, which wasn't smart because
I
biotics
told
don't
you.
do shit against it. Yeah, but I like bringing Liara to Ilos because she has cool things to say. So anyway, yeah. But so you defeat Saren finally. And then the shield that was around Sovereign, which apparently was connected to Saren, dissipates when you kill Saren. It's because you hear Joker be like, "Their shield's down! Go, go, go!" And they destroy Sovereign with the full might of the Fifth Fleet and part of the Citadel fleet. And then Sovereign is attached to the Citadel. They get blown up, and then a part of it spins off into and heads towards the council chamber to where you are, and you see it coming, and you're like, I mean, you don't say it, but essentially you're like, oh shit.
Right.
And you
Start
try
running.
to run out of the way with your squad members, and then it crashes through, and then you're done.
Yep. And then you see your squad so sad,
Yep.
looking dejectedly at the floor, shaking their head, and then like
Yep.
you see Anderson and Officer Lang like
Yep.
digging them out, and where's Shepard?
Then you look towards the rubble, and so with the implication being that the rubble crushed them.
Yep.
So then they're just like, well, that sucks, but you guys are okay. Like, let's get you medical attention. Let's get you out of here.
Yeah.
And then the corniest but awesomest ending.
Shepard comes scrabbling up the
rubble.
the rubble, and
Right.
heroic pose,
Yeah, the
and then
heroic
you see
pose
your
was the
squad
best.
turn and go, yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
It's
was
like
great.
I earned it. Damn it. I will say this about the games. I really do like the fact that they get enough emotional reaction to be able to fake people out like that, like they did with Jenkins, like they did at the very end with, oh no, we killed Shepard in the first game. And then
Right.
like there's a few other fake outs in game 2 and game 3, which some of them
I love the beginning of Mass Effect 2. Anyway,
Dude,
Yeah.
that one
so
was crazy. I was like, what the hell's going
Yeah.
on here?
I knew what was going to happen, and I still lost. Like, I still had the breath taken out of me, and I was shaking. It's like,
yeah,
Yeah.
so Shepard is not scratched. There's no blood on them. They just have a
but they're
dislocated
holding their
shoulder.
shoulder.
Yeah, like nothing else happened.
They got
They're
guilty
perfectly
arms.
fine.
Whatever armor that is, order me the same shit.
Exactly. So then it cuts to the council is alive if you save them. It's just I guess Udina and Anderson if the council's dead. I don't know. I
Yeah.
never told the council.
They talk about setting up a humans only
Human
council or something, and it's
council.
just like, really? No. And you never
Yeah.
get an all human council.
Yeah.
So.
And then if the council is alive, they say we owe you our gratitude, and you're just like, uh-huh. And then they say we
listen to me now.
yeah,
No?
and then like,
Oh,
thank you for sacrificing human lives to save us. That proves that humanity is ready for a seat on the council because you are ready to perform for the galactic good.
Yeah. You put
And
yourself on the line for it.
right. And so you are able to choose because Shepard has all the power in the world. Choose who the human counselor is. There's no vote. The Systems Alliance government doesn't get a say in this. No, it's funny because the council does say it's like we're sure whoever you choose has weight behind it. Like that choice will have weight and like whoever you like support. But then you choose and the game automatically is like, okay, that person's the counselor. And you're just like, wait a minute. So you can choose between Udina or Anderson. And this is where the line comes in. If you have Anderson punch Udina and you choose Anderson to be the human counselor, Udina is like him. He's a military guy and he likes to talk more with his fists than his words, which I think is really funny.
Which I know I picked Anderson on this one.
Yeah. Yep. So you can pick Udina, who is the ambassador, or you can pick Anderson. I pick Anderson all the time. I've never picked Udina. Have you ever picked Udina? Yeah.
Oh yeah. But, I mean,
it's fine. Like
he's the political bulldog. You need someone with clout, and it's just like,
what does Anderson do if he's not the human counselor in ME2?
He's the assistant, and he'd like to. He'd like it if Udina fired him because they don't get along, but he stays on because Udina actually does need help with organizing military stuff. So it's like, all right, fine. Yeah, and basically the opposite of when you put.
What it is, Anderson's the counselor, and Udina's his advisor.
Yeah. So they just advise each other. Locked together in hatred, no matter what. The game forces them together. Oh shit! There's a new ship. Damn it!
I was just gonna say, I'm like, it's like the whatchamacallit one with Udina and Kaden that you wrote.
Oh god, Kadena sons.
Yeah. So now you're gonna have to do it with Anderson.
Oh god.
Udinison?
No. Huh?
Udinison? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Okay. So, in fanfic, an unlikely pairing is put together in a romantic sense, and it's called a crack ship because you would have to be on crack in order to actually make it work. I wrote and to make it work. It's called a crack ship because you have to be on a crack for it in general. Just put it that way. I put together Kaden and Ambassador Udina.
Oh.
Because of reasons. And it's very, very short. And it's only dialogue. But you can definitely get the sense of what their relationship is like from just a few lines of dialogue. And every conversation just ends with one of them going, oh.
Oh.
Exactly.
So now I need to do something similar with Anderson.
You can do it.
Oh my god.
You do it.
So many other things to write.
You think I'm any different? Have you
I know.
seen my work in progress file? I have 8 gigs of stories.
I know. It's crazy. But anyway, so yeah, so you end up picking the counselor. You can pick Odina or Anderson, and then that's it. And then you get a nice little end screen
Where
with
you
the
pose
shepherd
heroically in
posing.
front of a planet, and if you're Paragon, it's blue, and if you're Renegade, it's red, and if you're in the middle, it just is.
And that's the end of the game.
That's it.
Hey! That's it.
Look, Renegade.
You
Point
did
it
it.
like in the distance.
You did it.
Under 4 hours. Well, good.
Yeah, this is a record. 4 hours and 4 minutes. Well, in running.
I said we didn't do more for
We never,
Mortal Kombat.
We never
Mortal
broke the
Kombat
4.
was like right at the cost.
Yeah, we never broke 4 hours. That's for sure.
Gotcha. Well, there's a
Right, you figured this one was going to go long. And, you know, it was a season finale. And then there was still like some season finale stuff that we had to do, which we may have to go on the next episode because it's super late. I know, super late for you guys for sure.
And we don't have stealth either. So
Right.
we probably should do that when we start season 3. We can do our season 2 retro.
Right.
We can do a teaser for season 3 where we like
Just get together to do that. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, where we all like roll in order and then maybe
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, we'll do a
so let's wrap up the show. So guys, that was, if you're still with us, thank you first and foremost. And surprisingly enough, we didn't get off track. That it just Mass Effect is just such a long game, right? With just plot.
I told you I can go for 16 hours easy on this.
Right.
And we didn't even talk about any of the side missions and the Cerberus shit, but I figure we can get into that when we talk about Mass Effect 2 because it's more important to talk about Cerberus then. So
Right.
You are correct.
So
but I told you I'd do my tour guide shit and keep us on track as much as possible. So.
Right. And like I said, it's
Except
just
for
the main
DA.
thing. Yeah, the main thing is the fact that the game is long. There's a lot of detail. There's a lot of, story that has to go back. Especially this is the first one, so maybe in the second, when we do the second episode, it won't go as long. Right, because we don't got to go over any lore or anything like that. Because a lot of stuff will be established.
We still do.
Well,
You will, because there's more lore every game that just fills in more and more gaps.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna call it. I gotta call it. Like I gotta be up in a couple hours myself. So anyway, thank you guys for joining us. This was our season 2 season finale. Mass Effect Potions. Thank you for bringing the topic to us.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make this real short and sweet. So Crimson, if they have any questions, comments, or emotional outbursts for you, where can they find you?
CrimsonShieldScholar on every social media platform except for Twitter, which is CrimsonScholar. But yeah, Instagram, Twitter, Discord is Caitlin. Gamerized is CrimsonShieldScholar. Yeah.
Elf Daddy, if you're still with us, if you got any questions, comments, or emotional outbursts for you, where can they find you?
In bed.
I think he fell asleep, I know.
Right.
I think he fell asleep, yeah.
Questions, comments, or emotional outbursts for you, where can they find you?
They can find me on Twitch at PotionsMaster66, Gamerized, PotionsMaster66, Twitter, PotionsMaster66, shocking I know. Facebook, you can find me at PotionsMaster66 or Enter the Cauldron, and if you want to screech at me on Discord, it is PotionsMaster, all lowercase and one word.
And guys, my name is SeanFlac 2.0. You can find me on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, all SeanFlac 2.0. Obviously here on Twitch, I stream only on this channel, so this is the Shadow Pack Gaming without the G.
Don't worry, it'll be on YouTube soon, and it'll also be on VOD. So,
so
it should be up on VOD tomorrow.
Literally give it a few minutes while we finish talking, and then you can watch the whole thing. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good, man. It's all
well,
good.
thank you for coming anyway and stopping by, right?
Yes, smiley face. What's that face? It's all good.
And
Appreciate.
Oh, so individually, we are individual streamers, but together we are the Shadowpack Squares. We're part of the Shadowpack gaming community here on Twitch. If you have any questions or information, you want to know, if you have any questions or want to know any information about our team, I just went ahead and dropped our website. That's shadowpackgaming.com. There you'll find our Instagram, YouTube. You'll find all these videos that we've done. Number 11, guys. So congratulations, right? You'll see profiles, you'll see interviews, merch is also there, so go ahead and check us out if you have any questions about the team. Next we have our Twitter account. Go ahead and follow us on Twitter. That's where you'll see, public team announcements. You'll see folks going live. You'll see people or our members. The team channel will retweet, things that our members want to put out to the community. So if you don't necessarily want to just follow one person, you can follow that on Twitter and you'll get basically messages from all of us. Last but not least, we're part of Gamerized. I know we didn't talk about our Gamerized profiles, but you can also find us on Gamerized. This right here is a Shadowpack Gaming Gamerized page. If you don't know what Gamerized is, it is a social platform for gamers by gamers, where they focus on video games, videos, and music. So if you're interested in checking out this new platform and want to go ahead and support us, go ahead and click on that link. We have an affiliate link that if you do sign up for their pro subscription, we get a little bit of a kickback. So you'll be supporting the team that way if you decide to sign up. And yeah, that's basically all I got. Obviously, there's a lot of things that we're going to go over. We'll have to do a season finale part 2. But until then, guys... 3, 2, 1. We're the Shadowpack Squares, and stay sharp.